there are new microphones.
That's new now, right?
Yeah.
Because the last time, I guess, we had some
Yeah.
issues.
We've used the talk. Once this is on, it means it's on. And then once you're done, you just hit the power button.
Turn it on that way.
Good morning. Hello, is it on? Test, test, test. There's no sounds. Good morning. Good morning. No. It sounds. It's not loud. It sounds. Okay. Let me know. Test, test. Test. There, that's good. Good morning, everybody. We're going to get started in about 2 minutes. I wanted to let everybody know there are sign-up sheets to speak during public comment period. If time permits, those sign-up sheets are out in the hallway, but we'll get started in about 2 minutes. Thank you. Oh, there's morning test here. Is that better? Test. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you all for being here today in Clarksville. Special thanks to Georgia Technical College for hosting us today on this beautiful campus here in Clarksville. This is the third meeting of the Georgia House of Representatives Blue Ribbon Committee on Elections Procedures. And I want to begin by recognizing the importance of the work that we are undertaking, work that is vital to the integrity of our democratic and the trust that Georgians place in it. At our last meeting, we focused on the front line of elections administration, our county election superintendents and their teams. We heard firsthand just how much time, energy, and dedication it takes to make elections work at the local level. These men and women are often unsung heroes of our electoral system. They put in the long hours, handle the logistical challenges, and operate under tight scrutiny, all to ensure that every eligible Georgian has access to the ballot and that every vote is counted accurately. We cannot run elections in Georgia without these individuals. The success of our elections starts and ends on the ground. If things don't work in the counties, then nothing else in the system matters. I want to once again express our gratitude for their tireless service to our state. Today, however, our focus shifts to another important component of Georgia's elections infrastructure, the State Elections Board. The board has a vital responsibility. It is charged with overseeing the enforcement of our election laws and ensuring fair, transparent, and secure elections for all Georgians. But as we have seen in the headlines over the past year, the relationship between the State Elections Board and the Secretary of State's office has become increasingly strained. There have been troubling instances of dysfunction. We've seen grandstanding, bombastic rhetoric, and public disputes that have done little to serve voters and have at times undermined the confidence in the system itself. This cannot continue. The State Elections Board must find its way. If it cannot find the way, then this committee and the broader legislative branch will step in and provide the direction that is needed for them to move forward. That is not a threat. It is a promise grounded in responsibility that we all have up here and as we serve under the Gold Dome in Atlanta. The General Assembly has a constitutional duty to ensure that our institutions are working in the best interest of the people, and we take that duty very seriously. We are not here to blame or point fingers. We are here to listen, to ask the hard questions, and to better understand how we can help work with the State Elections Board to strengthen them as they move forward. We'll hear today from the chairman of the board, a few of their members, their executive director, and representatives from each political party. We welcome your perspectives. We thank you for your willingness to speak candidly and constructively to this committee. At the end of the day, this committee will be making recommendations. We're not meeting just to talk. We are here to act. And the decisions we make will help shape the future of election oversight here in the state of Georgia. So once again, thank you to all our speakers for being here and our participants, especially the members of the State Elections Board who are here to testify before this committee. Your insights and your commitment to Georgia's democracy. With that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chairman Victor Anderson for comments and to make a few introductions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Woo, mine's loud enough. I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you to the committee. Thank you to everyone in attendance today and all those watching online for coming to the heart of beautiful 10th District, 10th House District of Georgia, here in Clarksville, Georgia. It's a beautiful day outside. We couldn't have asked for better weather and good travels for everyone. I see you're all here, so you got here safely. And once everything is done this afternoon, I hope everyone gets home safely in addition to that. Today, I would like to make a couple of introductions, but before I do that, I'd like to ask the former senator, state senator for House District 50, and current president of North Georgia Technical College, Mr. John Wilkerson, to come to the microphone and give us all a welcome from North Georgia Tech.
All right. Sorry about that. You'd think the president would understand how these things work. Hey, and no jokes from this group up there about the Senate, okay? But I don't want to take a lot of time. Obviously, there's a big group here. This is a very important subject. On behalf of North Georgia Technical College, I would like to welcome all of you. I'd like to welcome our legislators. I'd like to welcome everyone who's interested, because I've had the opportunity to serve on some study committees, and I know how important this work is, and we're very honored that you would give us the opportunity to host this. If any of you have any challenges or questions during the day, I won't introduce them all individually, but we've got our staff lined up on the wall back there. Raise your hand. Here at North Georgia Tech, just call on them and ask them. I noticed Steve Gooch didn't raise his hand, so he must not be on our staff. But we got I would like to say on a point of personal privilege that we're very proud of Representative Anderson and the job that he does representing Habersham County. I don't think Senator Hatchett is here today, but we're proud of him. And we appreciate Senator Gooch, Steve Gooch, being here. Raise your hand again. And he and I were colleagues for 9 years in the Senate, and he has a great interest in the technical college system. Now, I just want to tell you a couple of things before I sit down. You are at first of all, Georgia has a great technical college system. Would you agree with that? Okay. You're at the first technical college in the state. Now, are any of y'all representatives from South Georgia? When you go down there and have your hearing, they may try to, for a long time in Georgia, there were two technical colleges, North Georgia Tech in Clarksville, South Georgia Tech in America. So they're the only two that have dormitories. But if you go to South Georgia, they'll try to tell you that one in Americus was the first. But we were in 43. We started in 43 and they started in 46. Let me ask you this. How many people in here are NASCAR fans will admit to that? Would you raise your hand? See, I probably shouldn't try this joke. I used it yesterday and it went over pretty good, but you know, we started in 43. We had some t-shirts that had 43 on the back. I went to our auto mechanics department, and there were some our students under the hood working on a car, and I said, I like your t-shirt. I said, do you know what that 43 represents? They said, yeah. And I said, what? They said, Richard Petty. So anyway, you know, that's one of Governor Miller's legacies. When he was governor, he wanted to have a campus within 30 minutes of every Georgia citizen. And now there are 22 technical colleges and 88 campuses across the state. We have this campus in Habersham County. We have a campus in Union County at Blairsville. We have a satellite campus. We also have a campus in Stevens County, our Currahee campus. So again, you know, I've known Chairman Fleming for a long time. I've known him since he was a student at the University of Georgia. That was a few years ago, and I know a lot of the people who are here today. And I tell the people here at North Georgia Tech that I'm a politician in recovery. So I'm trying to work through that. Okay. See, I have a lot of good help here too. That's a good thing about being the president. Amy told me that Representative Stan Gunner's here. Where are you, Stan? Stan's a good friend of mine. You know, he's from Union County now, and he may not want y'all to know this, but he grew up in Habersham County. My dad was a principal at South Habersham for 18 years, and he's a South Habersham guy. Now, I don't know how these House people treat their colleagues stand, but they got another chair up here. A lot of times we'd let our people sit with the committee, but we are happy that you're here. We appreciate what you do for us, and again, Senator Gooch, Chairman Fleming, we just feel very blessed to have a representative like Victor Anderson. If we can do anything to help you today, let us know. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, President Wilkinson, and we'll, sorry, just checking, make sure of something here. I wanted a couple other people that I did want to mention that are here today. One is standing in the back, and I know there's a lot of people here that are important, but we do have the Habersham County Sheriff Robin Crockham, in the back of the room. Sheriff Crockham, thank you for joining us today. Hopefully your services will not be needed, but thank you. In addition to that, as President Wilkerson just said, we have my colleague, Chairman Stan Gunner, here and joining us today. Thank you, sir. And not to delay any longer, but I would like to ask Senator Steve Gooch to come up. Senator Gooch has served in the legislature a long time. Before that, as a county commissioner and several other capacities in the state, a big asset to the state of Georgia, and just asked him if he'd like to say a couple of words, and he said yes. So we'll cut his mic if he goes too long.
You never ask a politician if they want to talk. Can y'all hear me in the back? Good morning. It's great to be up in North Georgia, near my hometown of Dahlonega. I'm the 51st senator from the District 51, which represents Dawson, Lumpkin, White, Union, Fannin, Gilmer, and Pickens County. So Clarksville is real close by. In fact, I was here yesterday. This issue that y'all are studying obviously is very important to a lot of people across our state. It's been a discussion of conversation and concern for many years now, since 5 years ago or before. And there's been a lot of progress been made by both the Senate and the House. And I want to applaud you, men and women, for being here today and listening to the constituents of North Georgia and people beyond North Georgia. They're here from all over the state. I see people here from as far as South Georgia. So it's important that we all listen. I also want to thank a few people that we've worked with in the Senate this past year on two pieces of important legislation that you all may not be talking about today. Part of your discussion today will pertain to SB 214 and House Bill 397. A couple of gentlemen, I see Farland, where's Garland? There you go, Garland, and then Brad Carver over here on the back. These gentlemen have worked closely with us in the Senate, with you, Chairman Victor Anderson, of course, Tim Fleming. You guys worked with us in the Senate to work on this language that we sent over to you late in session. Those two pieces of legislation are very important, and I hope that we can continue the progress that's being made in the Senate. I know it was late in session, but we really need to get these two pieces of legislation out of the House back to us early in the year for obvious reasons. The big concern, obviously, is hand-marked paper ballots. That's an issue that we've all been working on for many years now. I think we're in the posture of being able to deliver that early. If the House will move on that bill or portions of that bill, get it back to the Senate, we can get it to the governor's desk early in session. Otherwise, we may be forced by looking at a $70 to $80 million upgrade to the Dominion machines, which I think is a bad investment for Georgia taxpayers. We've already spent $130 or more million on the Dominion machines initially. I think 2/3 of the people of Georgia, or of the country last year, voted on paper ballots. And I think if it's good enough for 2/3 of America, it should be good enough for Georgians as well. And I'm not going to get into the politics of it, but I know you guys are very serious about the topic, and you're going to debate it, and you're going to dig in deeply on this subject. But I just want to thank the citizens that are in this room and the ones that are listening for their input to get us to where we are today. I think it's important that we continue to make that progress, get these bills passed. What we did 4 years ago with SB 189 and Senate Bill 212 have made a lot of improvements to restore the integrity and the trust of our election system in Georgia, but we're not quite there yet. We're almost there, but we've got to get these other two pieces of legislation properly vetted by the House and back over to the Senate. I was the majority leader when these two pieces left the Senate this year. I will not be the majority leader next year, so I won't be in the same room that you will be with the Senate leadership, but I believe our support is still as broad in the Senate today as it was 4 months ago. So thank you for doing what you're doing. It's important. And I'll be getting out of your hair now and just let everyone know that I'm still as strongly in favor of these two pieces of legislation today as I was in March when I was a majority leader. Thank y'all. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Senator. We appreciate you being here this morning, and we appreciate your leadership in the Senate and all the help you've given to the Government Affairs Committee on working on these important pieces of legislation that we're going to have to work on again this next session. Well, with that being said, we are going to go ahead and jump right into the agenda. We're first going to hear from the chairman of the State Elections Board, Mr. John Fervier. Mr. Fervier, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the panel, thank you for the invitation to speak today. I feel like I'm at a state election board meeting. A lot of familiar faces here. As soon as it gets a little rowdier, I'll really feel at home. Today I'm here to update you about state election board. I want you to know I'm speaking as an individual and not for the board. The opinions that I express today will mostly be my own, and I'm sure that they'll be contrary to some members of our board, so I'm here speaking on my behalf, not on the board. I'm going to start off with some boring stuff and talk about the duties of the board in the statute. And for brevity's sake, I'm going to paraphrase the code on these. The statute actually outlines 10 different obligations of the state election board. The first one is to promulgate rules and regulations for uniformity by election officials. The second one is to formulate, adopt, and promulgate such rules and regulations consistent with law. The third one is to publish indexed copies of all primary and election laws and pertinent rules and regulations, then enforce and to distribute them. The fourth one is to publish explanatory pamphlets regarding the interpretation and application of election laws. The fifth one is to investigate or authorize the Secretary of State to investigate violations of election statutes and rules. The sixth one is to make recommendations to the General Assembly relative to the conduct and administration of elections. Seventh one is to promulgate rules and regulations concerning what constitutes a vote and what will be counted as a vote. Number 8 is to employ assistants as may be necessary. Number 9 is to formulate and conduct a voter education program concerning voting procedures for voting by absentee ballot at the polls, and with particular emphasis on the proper types of identification required for voting. And the last, number 10, is to take such action consistent with law as the board may determine to be conducive to the fair, legal, and orderly conduct of primaries and elections. As you know, and everybody knows, pertaining to the board itself, the past year has been filled with a lot of change, controversy, and lawsuits involving the board. As far as change, the board's former executive director decided to leave in February, and the new executive director started June the 1st. We also lost an important member of our team, Alexandra Hardin, when she decided to move over to the Secretary of State's office. Since she left, the new executive director has worked to fill out his staff for the election board. We also hired 2 investigators, Jesse Patton and Ann Delmas, that are working hard to develop policies and procedures for the new department investigations. Up until this spring, the state election board didn't have their own investigators. And so before they can start doing investigations, there's just a lot of great deal of training and developing of case management software that's necessary to track investigations. So actually, they're in the process of building that department before they actually get out on the field and do investigations and getting training. As you know, in 2024, the majority of the board's time was spent on proposed rules and other issues, while only hearing 115 cases. The amount of cases that we heard was a significant drop from prior years. Next, I want to touch a little bit on last year's rulemaking. And I want to tell you, I'm not an attorney. Never been accused of being one. And but what I'm telling you comes from the attorney that represented the state board in some of these lawsuits. There were 32 proposed rules that came before the board last year. Creating rules is a multi-step process for us and can take several meetings depending on the hearing and everything else. Of the 32 rules proposed, only a couple survived. 7 were litigated all the way to the Supreme Court, as you know, and only one of those 7 have survived to date. The surviving rule pertained to monitoring of drop boxes, and even that rule will require some additional instruction as to exactly how that monitoring takes place. Of the 7 rules that were challenged, 4 of them were ruled invalid. 1 was ruled valid, and 2 were sent to the lower court to determine standing of those rules. The most important thing, I think, to come out of the Supreme Court's rulings is that the Supreme Court found that the SCB's discretion is not unfettered in the areas of obtaining uniformity in elections, and it must make regulations consistent with law, meaning that it cannot go beyond, change, or contradict the statutory scheme set out by the legislature. The drop box surveillance rule survived and is valid because it has uniform compliance with the statutory requirement. And that's the reason that that one was able to survive. The reasonable inquiry rule, the examination rule, the hand count rule, the Dropbox ID rule are all beyond the SCB's power to adopt because they're inconsistent with statutory scheme. On the specific rules, the examination rule went beyond the statute by permitting document review beyond what was included in the statutory process for tabulating votes. The hand count rule allows poll officers to delay the tabulation process until after Election Day, which is in contravention to the statutory requirements about tabulation. The reasonable inquiry rule contradicts what the statute requires for election officials to follow when certifying results. The Dropbox ID rule adds requirements to absentee ballots beyond what is included in the statute. And as I said earlier, the Dropbox surveillance rule is valid because it gives uniform method of compliance with the statutory structure. So that language is directly from our attorney, as I said, kind of outlining what the Supreme Court found in its ruling. You should know that I fully support the Supreme Court's rulings. I actually agree with some of the rules that were passed in principle, or at least some versions of them. However, I believe that these should be passed as laws and not as rules. The SEB is not a legislative body. We're appointed volunteers. We're not elected leaders. Our job is to adjudicate cases and create rules that are consistent with the statute, not create new statutes or requirements not stipulated in statute. This year, I remain hopeful that the board's main focus will be on adjudicating the hundreds of backlog cases and not on rules changes. There's currently approximately 315 cases that have been investigated and are ready to be heard by the board. To date, our board has heard approximately 170 cases. We're scheduled to hear another 100 to 120 by year end, which will substantially reduce the backlog out there. There's also approximately 100 to 120 Attorney General cases that need to come before our board that need to be heard, and we'll make an effort to try and hear some of those this year. That's an update on the board. Now I want to talk to you a little bit about my experience on this board in the last year and a half. I came to this board with over 37 years as an executive in the business world and served as an officer in the United States Army prior to that. When I was selected by Governor Kemp and voted on by the legislature, I had very little election knowledge, which allowed me to come into this with an open mindset. However, after traveling around the state for the last year and a half and meeting election officials, voters, election board members, lobbyists, vendors, election experts, and members of the legislature, I've come up with the following conclusions. Number one, Georgia has fair, free, and honest elections, and it's mainly because of the hard work and dedication of all the election workers in Georgia. Number two, it's also because the laws passed by the General Assembly and implemented by the Secretary of State and local election officials, they're fair, they're reasonable, and they make sense. In Georgia, we can count our votes accurately on Election Day, and we can trust the results. That's what I've learned in the last 2 years, the conclusion I've come from. I'm sure that you'll all have heard that, last year the Secretary of State's office conducted an audit of every single ballot in Georgia. by optically scanning the paper ballots when you vote electronically. Out of 5,297,264 ballots scanned, there were only 87 discrepancies, and 86 of those discrepancies were in hand-marked ballots that were adjudicated by humans. Those were the discrepancies found out of all those. That's an incredible result that you would hope would silence a lot of the conspiracy theorists and naysayers, and it caused confusion by claiming that Georgia's elections are rigged and unfair. You asked me to speak a little bit about policy in your letter, and I want to address two things that have come up recently nationally, doing electronic voting and absentee ballot voting. I first want to address the absentee ballots. You know, the first controversial vote that I took as chairman of this board was concerning absentee ballot voting. A member of our board introduced a resolution that severely limited absentee balloting. I cast a deciding vote against that resolution. I did so for my mother and for my daughter, frankly. My mother was a sergeant in the Marine Corps, as was my father. My parents divorced when I was 12 years old. My mother was left with my two siblings and I that were very young teenagers. My mother worked a factory job all week and at a restaurant all weekend to support our family. We lived at or below the poverty line in Ellijay, Georgia. She couldn't afford to miss a day of work to go vote because every dollar she brought home fed our family and kept a roof over our head. There are too many others in that same situation today. Having worked at a major restaurant company for over 37 years, I know plenty of those people. They're good, hardworking people, and they deserve a right to vote without losing pay, just like my mother.
All right. We're not.
By the way, my mother was a lifelong Republican. My daughter is a doctor who recently finished her residency. She's also a wife and a mother of a 20-year-old child, a 20-month-old child. Not 20 year yet, 20-month-old child. During residency, she was working 70 to 80 hours a week. That was common. It's simply not fair to ask her to take her one day off that she might have every week or two to go vote, to go stand in line for hours and vote. Individuals like my daughter need and deserve the right to vote by absentee ballot. You know,
We're on hold applause, please.
we live in a world where absentee voting can be secure. Georgia has rules and regulations in place to secure absentee votes. Is there some fraud? Absolutely. We see it at the election board. However, fraud isn't rampant, like some would like you to believe. It's just not rampant. Concerning recent statements on electronic voting, my belief is that Georgia already has the best and most reliable procedures for voting. We have electronic voting, and we have a paper ballot backup. We have paper ballots. Every voter in Georgia has a paper ballot that they can verify who they voted for. The machines tabulate these votes, which are much more accurate and timelier. Nobody has to sit around sitting around a table trying to decipher what a voter's intent was due to smudge marks and erasers. Electronic systems can tabulate millions of votes in a fraction of the time it takes to count by hand, leading to much faster election results. Machines are less prone to human errors associated with fatigue and tedious repetitive tasks. Studies have shown that machine counting of ballots is more accurate and less error prone, whereas hand counting of ballots is much slower, produces more errors, and is much more expensive. Here's some key findings from 2024. Manual counting is prone to human error, including fatigue, misinterpretation of votes, and transcription errors. The 2023 test in Mojave County, Arizona, with experienced counters, documented numerous human errors during a hand count. A New Hampshire study found that hand-counted ballots were off by 8% compared to the 0.5% error rate for machine counting. Multiple jurisdictions found that hand counts cost significantly more and cause substantial delays. Gillespie County, with a Texas population of 28,000, a manual count for the March 2024 primary took nearly 24 hours with 200 people and had errors in every single precinct. Mojave County, Arizona, with a population of 226,000, a study projected that a hand count for 2024 would have cost over $1 million and require hundreds of workers. Those are hard facts. I mean, you can research all of this. As I stated earlier, we have a great election system in Georgia. It's fair, it's honest, it's accurate, it's quick. The ballot image audit that the General Assembly authorized for the past presidential election proved it. We don't have a broken system. It doesn't need to be fixed. I would urge the General Assembly to continue to fund the ballot image audit for upcoming elections. The cost would be a fraction of replacing what we currently have or going to hand-marked, hand-counted paper ballots.
Okay, we're not going to have outbursts. Please, let's.
Lastly, I want to share with you my favorite part of this last election, and surprisingly, it wasn't our election board meetings, but it was traveling around Georgia to meet and thank, all the election workers and the voters. Everywhere that I went, from North Georgia to South Georgia to all around Atlanta, I met with people with great attitudes that were working long hours with little pay to ensure a smooth election. Over and over again, I heard from poll workers that anyone who doubts our election process should come work as a poll worker for one day, and they'll change their mind. Once again, thank you for inviting me here today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have as long as you're not too mean. So,
Thank you, Mr. Frevier. Questions from the committee? Vice Chairman Anderson.
Thank you, sir, for coming today and sharing your thoughts with us, and thank you for your service to our country. Thank you for your service to this board and the state. My question relates to your capacity as chairman of the board. Can you please kind of run through us roughly what that entails when it comes down to the administrative duties within the board, with as far as just, for lack of better words, day-to-day activities and function of the board and oversight of that? If you could just take just a minute, kind of tell us what serving as chairman involves.
I got to start out with a story. When my good friend Don Balfour recommended me for this job, he told me it was going to take a day and a half every other month. He's not my good friend anymore. But I work in excess of 20 hours a week on election board stuff, and it's responding to emails, it's responding to requests that we have, it's interaction with the Secretary of State, it is maybe reviewing cases that are coming before the board, and that's all unpaid time. I'm a volunteer. I've recently retired, but I really haven't retired because I'm busier than I've ever been in my life. But it's a lot of work. I'm a big believer that this board ought to be in a governance role, and that the executive director and the staff ought to be the ones that are handling the day-to-day functions of the state election board. And up until now, we've been more of a in a worker role, especially this last spring when we didn't have an executive director, and so a lot of that fell upon the chairman. But I've told our executive director that I believe this board ought to be in more of a governance role and allowing the day-to-day activities to be handled by that. It's a massive job, and as we continue to grow and have more investigators or grow that staff, it'll only increase. There's a tremendous amount of, my email box has thousands of emails in them, and I try to read it all of them. I try to respond to the ones that I can. I try to go around the state and go to regional meetings and meet with election directors, and so it's just it's a never-ending job, frankly.
Follow up, if I may. Okay, so kind of back to that role on the day-to-day functions and that sort of thing. Are you directly involved with that now still, that there's a new executive director in place? Is that kind of, where do we stand with that?
Yeah, it's still the same. I mean, I was answering emails last night from some county attorneys that were asking about cases coming up before the board, and what they should do about them. You know, I get lots of emails I have to answer. I have a working relationship with the Secretary of State, and so when there's issues that involve the Secretary of State, right now we're working on a memo of understanding for our investigators with the investigators at the Secretary of State, and I've been involved in that process. So there's just a lot of things like that. We'll be coming up with budgeting, and I'll obviously be involved in some of that. So there's almost something every day that I'm dealing with related to the State Election Board.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Lever.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everybody. And good morning, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your service and appreciate your time here today. I had one or two questions, if I may, Chairman Fleming, just relating more to the sort of just along the lines of what Chairman Anderson was asking. So I gather you've got, as a body, you have partly a rulemaking function, and then you also have what I would call not so much investigative, although because the board itself doesn't go out and investigate, you have, I guess, investigators to do that, but you have an adjudication function where you're hearing, I guess, complaints or matters and issuing rulings on them. Is that correct, or am I misstating?
Yeah, our primary issues that we've dealt with in the last year have been adjudication of cases. There's a lot of those out there. The rulemaking, as I described earlier, with the 32 rules, and then with the absences we've had at the staff, we've spent a lot of time hiring a new executive director and things like that. So that's primarily what this board's been involved with in the last year. And like I said, there are members attend regional meetings and things like that, and are offered speaking opportunities at those. But primarily, the responsibilities that we've had in the last year and a half have been adjudication of cases and rules.
And how does is a case initiated by someone calling and making a complaint, or would you initiate? Can the board itself initiate a case if it thinks guidance is needed by election officials?
There's a number of ways. Most often, it's a complainant calling in.
So I think I've witnessed some improper act or conduct, and I would call and make a complaint, and then an investigator would look into it. And if they feel there's grounds, they might initiate a proceeding before the board.
Correct. And it could either go to the Secretary of State or it can come directly to our board. We're trying to set up a system now to where it can come directly to our board. All complaints could be made. And it can come from individuals. It can come from organizations. It can come from local election officials, which it happens quite often that the election director for a certain county might notice somebody taking a picture. And so they'll report that, and that'll come before the board. There's just numerous ways. The board a few times has been out and seen things that were improper, and so the board might make a complaint itself. The Secretary of State might hear about things that have occurred and make, so there's a number of different ways that complaints can come to us.
And so in other words, I could call the Secretary of State, or I could call the State Election Board directly to make the complaint?
Well, we would prefer that you call the State Election Board directly, especially as we transition to having our own investigators. But at this time, there are still people that make the calls to the Secretary of State.
And then your investigators would investigate, and do you have counsel with the Attorney General who would actually initiate or conduct the hearing before you, where the board acts as a fact finder and a decision maker?
No. Currently, our investigators are not doing any investigation, so any claims that we have, we refer to the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State has a whole team of investigators. They will conduct the investigation, and it could be a short one, it could be a long one. We're still hearing cases from a couple years ago, and once they have completed their investigation, they will submit those cases to our board for hearing, and they'll present those cases at our board meeting, and we will adjudicate them at the board meeting themselves. Some cases are referred directly to the Attorney General for further investigation. When they go to the Attorney General will complete another investigation, and once they have reached a resolution, they'll bring it back to our board to approve whatever that resolution is.
So would you would, for example, approve something like a consent order governing the conduct to provide guidance going forward, or to impose penalty for what was done?
Yes. Yeah, sometimes there's penalties. Sometimes it's just a letter of reprimand. Sometimes it's a letter of instruction. I'm Italian. I got to quit using my hands so much. So it it could be a variety of different things depending on what they're able to agree with the respondent. So.
And so if you issue, you can assess, I guess, an administrative penalty, like a monetary, it's not a criminal fine, but it would be an administrative sort of civil penalty, or is that correct?
Yeah, our board actually has the power to administrative penalty. We have not done that in my tenure there. We haven't fined anybody. Generally, the three causes of action, well, we would dismiss a claim. We will issue a letter of instruction, which simply tells them that, yeah, you did this wrong, please don't do it in the future. We'll issue a letter of reprimand, which is a harsher thing that, we're reprimanding you publicly, or we'll refer it to the Attorney General for further adjudication. We also have the ability to refer it to local district attorneys, which we haven't done in my tenure there.
And so when you issue the letter of reprimand or letter of instruction, is that generally issued to a public official involved in the administration of elections?
It could be either that or individuals. Like if you go in to cast your ballot and you take out your phone and take a picture of that ballot, that violates a statute. And so you would come before the board then as a respondent, and the board would adjudicate whether or not whether that claim was substantiated or unsubstantiated, and then we would, depending on the circumstances, dismiss it, issue a letter of instruction, letter of reprimand, or refer it to the AG.
And so you can issue these or impose these administrative penalties, these civil penalties, not only just on election officials, but on the general public, the voters.
Yeah, I was trying to think of what percentage goes to voters, but a great deal of them go to individual voters, yes.
Did it? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you ever preside over an adversarial hearing where you would have, say, the voter or the election official present with counsel, and the AG office, I guess, would sort of act as prosecutor, or is it handled differently?
Well, we have a lot of adversarial hearings.
Well, I mean adversarial in a particular term of art, not just contentious, but.
There are some contentious hearings where I guess individuals don't feel like they're guilty of a violation, but the investigator may have found that they are guilty of a violation, and it's up to our board to decide where the truth's there,
And so when I'd used adversarial, I was talking more of like a contested hearing, which you were describing, where someone says, well, I didn't do what I'm accused of, or yeah, I did do that, but I think the statute lets me do that. And would you have that person there with counsel and the investigator and someone from the AG's office or an attorney, or is it handled differently?
We always invite the respondents, the people that are accused there, and they can either choose to represent themselves or bring in an attorney with them. We also send a letter out to the complainant, whoever that might be, if we know who the complainant is. Sometimes it's anonymous. And so they're invited to attend, but they're not totally necessary. And then the board will hear from the respondent. The board will hear from the complainant if a board member wants to hear from the complainant. And but it starts out generally with the investigator detailing the case and what they found and the facts of the case and what their recommendation is.
So in that case, does the investigator sort of act as a prosecutor, or do you have counsel there to assert the case?
We do not have counsel there.
Okay.
The investigator presents the case to us. They just present the facts and whether they found guilt or not. And then the board will ask whatever questions we need to ask of the respondent or the complainant or the investigator, and then we will make a decision on the case.
Okay. And I'm sorry to be so granular.
No,
I'm just trying
no.
to make sure I understand the process. Now, with respect to rulemaking, is that generally initiated by the board itself, or can someone, if someone thinks you need to promulgate a rule to address an issue or to clarify something, can they petition the board to promulgate a rule?
Yes. So we have had a couple of rules that were initiated by board members. The vast majority of them came from individuals or organizations that wanted a rule, and so they would petition the board with a rule. We would hear it, consider it. We would vote to either initiate rulemaking procedures or not. If we voted to not initiate rulemaking procedures, then it's dead. If we vote to initiate rulemaking procedures, then it would go further. I ask for input from other organizations and people to understand the effect of the rule. I always want to hear from Gavrio. I always want to hear from the Secretary of State. I always want to hear from the Attorney General. I want to hear from members of the public as to what their opinion is of that rule. That's me personally. And then when it comes back before the board, then we'll either vote to accept the rule or not accept the rule.
And do you promulgate rules somewhat, I guess, under the Administrative Practice Act, where you would promulgate a proposed rule and leave it on the table for people to comment, receive public comment, and then after a certain amount of time, you would conduct a meeting at which y'all vote on the particular rule?
Yes.
Okay. And just one or two final questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your patience. Of the time that you as a board spend meeting and considering matters, how much of it is what I would call sort of your enforcement or fact-finding or hearing process, and how much of it is more rulemaking? It's like as a percentage.
Well, we're on a schedule right now to have 2-day hearings. I set up 5 meetings this year, 2 days each, so it's 10 days total. And in that 2-day time period, we can hear approximately 50 to 60 cases. And then I think the Attorney General's been giving us somewhere between 5 and 10 cases to hear. And the vast majority of that time, that 2 days, is spent on adjudication of cases with a little bit of business at the end of the meeting. And then we also allow for public comments sometime during the session. So the vast majority of those days. Now, last year, the second half of the year, the vast majority of every meeting was spent on rulemaking because we had so many rules that came before us. And so I think the rules probably started at the May meeting, and as we got closer to the election, there were more and more rules that came before us, to where by August and September and October, the vast majority of our time was spent on rules, and we heard very few cases at the end of the year.
So, so I gather that's, I think I've somewhat implied this, that you would attribute some of what you refer to as the backlog in cases due to the fact that you had a lot of rulemaking time during the last year.
Oh, that's definitely what happened last year, is that we were unable to hear a lot of cases because we spent a great deal of time on rulemaking. So.
And when you adjudicate cases, is most of it just a presentation of a consent order for you to approve, or is there actually what I would call testimony, where you're hearing from different parties and having to make a decision in a contested case?
When the Attorney General presents cases to us, it's mostly we read the case, present the consent order, and then we vote on a particular consent order. When it's a case that's been investigated by the Secretary of State, then there is those can be short or long. A certain section of them are dismissals that there wasn't enough evidence, so we will generally vote in those en masse and try and get rid of those, although the board has the option of pulling those out if they want to hear them, and that'll frequently happen, that a certain number of them be pulled out. The rest of the cases, we will, like I said, hopefully the respondent's there, and so we will ask to hear the case from the investigator. We ask to hear the response from the respondent, and then the board is able to ask questions of the investigator, the respondent, or the complainant. If the complainant's there, we often listen to them too, and anybody else has information to provide on that particular case.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your patience with me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have the patience of Job.
Thank you, Chairman Leverett. Just to follow up on Chairman Leverett's one of his questions, I know you stated this in your comments, but talk about your backlog again of cases that are waiting for action from the State Elections Board. Give us those numbers again. How many are sitting there? How many the board has done this year, and how many you anticipate to get done throughout the rest of the year?
My understanding, and these numbers are a little bit fluid, but my understanding was that there's approximately 315 backlogged cases sitting at the Secretary of State that are fully investigated and ready to be heard. Now, there are more cases that are being investigated that are not ready for presentation to the board. I don't know that number. My understanding is that the Attorney General has 100 to 110 cases to present to the board for final resolution, I guess, or consent that they have not presented. To date, we've heard about 170 this year. We had a meeting in February, and we've had 3 meetings this year. We've heard approximately 170 cases. Our next meeting is in September 23rd and 24th. We have scheduled 63 cases, I think, for that. And then our next meeting, we'll have another one in December, and we'll probably schedule a similar number of cases. Now, there's 63 scheduled. I imagine that a couple of those will be continued because they always are. So I'm estimating maybe we can get 120 done by the end of the year.
But during the time with it being municipal election season, more cases will be coming in, obviously, so that's just going to grow.
Well, I would expect so, yes.
So how far back do these cases go? Like you said years.
The oldest case that I've been a part of went back to 2018. And it was a case from up in this area. But the vast majority of them what we're hearing now are 2022, 2023, 2024 cases. I think we might even have a couple from 2025 that are scheduled coming up. And so we really cleared out most of the really old ones that have been sitting around. So most of them are within the last couple years that remain to be heard. And they, every time there's an election, like you said, there's a whole new slew of them. So.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Representative Draper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman, thank you for being here today. Thank you for your presentation and your service to our country and our state. So your presentation has been very interesting. I do think that the backlog, I share your concern with the backlog of cases, and I feel like it's important to make plain why the adjudication of those cases is so important to our election ecosystem as a whole. Because when we're adjudicating those cases, we are looking at cases from all over the state where errors have occurred, and we are looking at cases where intentional attempts at fraud have occurred. Somebody trying to vote twice, for instance, right? Or somebody trying to vote for somebody who has died. And so being able to identify those cases and to adjudicate them in a uniform way so that everybody across the state is aware of what the repercussions of attempting to do something like that would be, it gives notice to folks across the state, it brings uniformity to our system, and most importantly, I think it helps us learn both from mistakes and attempts that people are going to make at defrauding the system. So all that to say, it really is a disservice to our election system when we allow the cases to sit for years on end and we don't address those cases. And so I'm pleased to hear that there is an attempt to refocus back on the cases and getting through the backlog and getting that knowledge out there. But I would like to talk a little bit about the rulemaking process. And specifically the rulemaking that occurred in the 2 months before the presidential election last year, because Georgia was in the national spotlight because of what was happening at the state election board. And I think it was a combination of two things. It was an attempt to usurp legislative power. In my view and in the court's view, many of the rules that were proposed in that window right before the election went well beyond your statutory authority, rulemaking authority, and went into our authority as legislative policymakers. And then, of course, the other issue was just making these rules so late and close to the election. In fact, some of these rules were being considered when early voting had already started for the presidential election, and that caused chaos within our counties and our election workers not knowing whether this policy would be in the case or would that policy, not knowing caused chaos, injected unnecessary chaos into our elections. And so my question to you, one thing I was kind of blown away by was the boards, and I say the board as a whole, I know different members had different positions on this, the board's refusal to take legal advice from their own counsel about how to proceed with rulemaking in that period. My understanding is that you were told by your own attorneys that what you were doing was violating the law, so much so that they didn't even defend the actions of the state election board when you were sued and you were told you were going to be sued. So I would just don't violate any attorney-client privilege, of course, but I would just like to hear from you, what is that process of receiving information from the attorneys, what is it like? And how did it come to pass that the board was ignoring the legal advice of their counsel, getting sued and costing the state of Georgia, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of dollars to defend defenseless lawsuits?
Okay, I want to, if you don't mind, I want to go back and talk about the unfairness real quick of late investigations, because I think that it's really unfair to the respondents and the complainants too, and not just the election officials, when you're having to wait many years for your case to be heard. And the problem it creates is that a lot people change, people are no longer involved, witnesses go away, and so we're often. I had an election director call me the other day and say, "I don't know anything about this. The people involved aren't here anymore. You know, we don't know anything about this claim. What am I supposed to do?" I said, "Well, show up and tell us what you know or what you don't know. You know, I mean, that's all you can do. The county's still responsible, even though the old election director's gone and the people are gone. You have to show up anyway because there's a complaint out here. So unfair to those people that are having to come before us, the respondents and the complainants, which is why I really hope that we're able to focus on getting some of these cases done and out of there. As far as the rulemaking, I'm probably going to disagree with some other members of our board on this. I was personally opposed to the late rulemaking process that we went through. And every single county elected official I heard from was concerned about it. Just being able to train for those rules that we're putting out there, get the language out there. Like I said, I don't oppose some of these things that they're doing. I just feel like the legislature's put them in effect, not us. I was strongly opposed to the timing on some of them. I was strongly opposed to some of the rules. As chairman, I don't do anything without asking the advice of the Attorney General, because they're the ones that are going to represent me. I'm not putting my personal assets at risk, and I want to know that the state backs up whatever I do. So I ask for advice on rules. I ask for advice on directions this board takes, and I receive that advice from the Attorney General every time. The Attorney General decided that because of advice they had given us, as you stated, they couldn't represent us. So it did go to the governor's office. The governor secured counsel for us to represent us in those cases. And there are letters out there from the Attorney General to substantiate the opinions that they gave on certain things. So, my process individually is to ask them about everything and to make sure that we're following the law and we're doing what we're supposed to do. So,
Thank you.
did that answer it enough for you?
Enough.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Monahan.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, like others stated, for your service to our state and our country. I wanted to ask a few questions, if I may. I think you may have, answered facets of the questions that I have, but I think I'm about to make a sound here. But not all of them. Want to kind of understand maybe a little bit better how these work. So I know you had some turnover in your office. So how long have you had the investigators on staff? Have they always been a fixture at the SEB?
No, we were funded this prior year with being able to hire investigators. And I believe they came on in March or early spring is when they came on board.
Okay.
One came on a few weeks later than the other one, but it was in the spring when they came on. And the reality is, until this summer, they didn't have email addresses, they didn't have phones, they still don't have cars, they didn't have any tools. So we brought them on board without giving them any tools to be able to do anything. And it wasn't until recently that our board even had government email addresses. We were using Gmail addresses prior to that. And so they didn't have the tools to be able to do anything. And so we tried to spend the first couple of months pairing them up with Secretary of State investigators to just learn about election law and learn about what we do and go out and see investigations. And so it was most of the training. And now that they have some tools, they're building, like I said, the architecture for actually having we didn't have any reporting software. We had no way to track cases. We had none of that. And so they're having to build that infrastructure to make this work as an organization. There's going to be a lot of interaction between the Secretary of State's investigators and our investigators. And so there needs to be some sort of understanding between the two parties as to what that interaction is going to be and how that's going to occur. We're working on that now. So, they have a lot more resources than we do. They have access to a lot more data than we do. So just coordinating that is a Herculean task in itself.
As a excuse me, as a follow-up, let me ask you. So that was a March appropriation from 2025, or I guess maybe sooner than that, maybe the amended budget that got you the appropriation, or was it a 24 appropriation?
I think it was an amended budget that got us the money. I believe that our original request, or our original budget was 500 and something $1,000. Another 250 was added to it, which allowed us to hire investigators. This past year, y'all added another $600,000 to our budget, but the stipulation was that we couldn't use it to hire people. We could only use it for operations of our board. And so we can use it for websites, we can use it to buy cars, we can use it for whatever, but we can't use it to hire additional people. So we're kind of stuck right now with the 2 investigators that we have and the staff that we have.
In your opinion, do you need more investigators?
Not until we get the ones that we have functional.
Okay.
I mean, you don't hire a staff and have nothing for them to do. We need to build that infrastructure. Otherwise, they're just going to be sitting around. So like I said, I come from 37 years in the business world. We're not going to go out and hire a bunch of people unless we have something for them to be productive with.
Right.
And so what I'd really like to see us do is get that up and running and functional, and then be able to do what we need to do afterwards.
So some of that would be some software or something, some type of system for them to utilize with, for their investigation. So the reason I ask that is, who investigates? So you had spoke to some investigations that were happening in 2018. So if it wasn't these investigators from the SEB, there had to be other investigators or another body that authorized investigations to happen from 2018. And who was the primary, who would you solicit to have an investigation done in 2018, 2019, prior or right up to 2025? In whose office did that derive out of?
Well, all the investigations at this point come out of the Secretary of State's office. Unless we receive the investigation and we send it off to the Attorney General to investigate it. But the primary investigation comes out of the Secretary of State's office. They have, I don't know how many investigators over there. They handle us. They handle several other boards that report to the Secretary of State. Prior to 2020, 2021, when y'all separated us, I mean, that all went straight to the Secretary of State, so there wasn't a independent election board at that time. Afterwards, we didn't have our first executive director until January or February of 2024. So everything was handled by the chairman of the board prior to that. And he would get the investigations in, or the administrative assistant, and send it over to the Secretary of State. Our first executive director came in the winter of 2024, and the investigations that would come directly to the election board at that time, we would also send those to the Secretary of State because we didn't have our own team. And still now they're all still going to Secretary of State's investigative, and they're all licensed police officers. This isn't some guy walking off the street. They've all been in this game for a long time, but they don't just deal strictly with us. They deal with other agencies too. So their time with us is limited. They're not solely dedicated to the state election board.
And if you will indulge me, Mr. Chairman, I've got a list of questions. I'm a big process guy, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry?
I'm a big process guy, even with my own business, just like you are. So I'm trying to understand this process and kind of wrap my head around it. So tell me, what are you seeing as far as, software and procedures for these investigators that are in the SEB? Is there any other states who have that kind of model as far as investigatory powers, or is this something that Georgia kind of stands alone on doing, or what is the structure maybe compared to other states where maybe you've seen success? Or
I don't know the answer to that. I know that our investigators have developed a policies and procedures document that I've reviewed. I know that we have a memo of understanding right now that we're going to discuss with the Secretary of State's office that details the interaction between our investigators and their investigators and the cooperation. I know that our investigators are currently working with the software developer to develop the software that we need to track and those cases. And it's a case management software, basically. I know that we've supplied them now with email and with phones and with everything they need to do their job. So we're building that department. I haven't researched other states to know what they're doing. I don't know if they have or not, frankly. I don't know if our executive director has done that or not, so.
Okay. All right. So we talked about some levels of fraud, I think, in the testimony that you gave today in your presentation. I think, and maybe I'm conflating two different numbers, but I think you said something roughly 84 cases where you had some issues, but certainly y'all had some cases where people are acting, in a manner which they are trying to cast a fraudulent vote. You've seen some of those cases come through and certainly adjudicated those. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we have people that try to commit fraud all the time. You know, they'll vote in Georgia, and they'll vote in North Carolina. They'll vote in Georgia, they'll vote in New York. They'll try and vote in 2 states. They will try and vote absentee and then vote in person. So those cases come before us, but you know, we have 5.2 million voters in the last election. There's going to be some fraud. You're never going to be perfect, you know. My opinion is it's a numbers game. You know, I'm a risk manager by trade, you know. Is it something that's significant when you look at it? You know, I always testify that, well, I'm not going to go there, it's a Waffle House thing. but, you know, it's a numbers thing to me, and is there widespread fraud? Is there widespread problems with absentee balloting? And I haven't seen that. I just haven't seen it. And so the numbers that we have come before us are minimal compared to the amount of votes cast. And are they important? Of course they're important. But you're always going to have people that's going to try and, you know, rig the system or commit fraud or whatever. It's always going to happen. So.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess my question is more about the process of these investigations. So I want to understand kind of the authorities and powers that are delegated to these folks and what their ultimate authority is. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from, is from that angle. So let's say that somebody, you know, knowingly, you know, is acting in a fraudulent manner in an election. They are referred to the SEB at this point by a citizen.
They can be.
They can be. Okay.
Or the local election director, or any number of ways. You know, the Secretary of State could have heard about it. Somebody on our board could have heard about it. I mean, it's a number of ways that we get those complaints in.
Okay. And then it's then turned over directly to an investigator. Is that correct? Or is there a process where y'all kind of maybe sift through some of these cases to see, well, maybe this one is not, or does it go directly to an investigator to make that decision?
We're currently not triaging the cases.
So everything's going to the investigator?
Yeah, I mean, I have seen a couple cases that have just been totally ridiculous, you know, and there's no reason wasting time with the investigators or with anybody else. And you know, am I gonna send that over to the Secretary of State? No. I mean, there's some that are just ridiculous. There was one recently that, I don't know, the guy was talking about space aliens and something else. It was crazy, you know. I'm not wasting people's time on stuff like that. But, you know, those are few and far between. The vast majority of them come to us, and we send them directly to the Secretary of State, so.
Sure. And I guess what I'm getting to is, you know, this committee is about election procedures. So I just want to understand election procedures. So not all cases. So you may have some, you know, what maybe somebody deems as phony or, you know, not serious case. That would not go to a investigator. That would just be
administratively dismissed, maybe, or not acted upon. But those are very few and far between.
Okay.
Very few.
So of those remaining cases, they go to an investigator. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the investigator then investigates this claim, okay, from the general public or elections director. There's really no priority given. It is what it is. I'm investigating these cases on a point by point basis.
Well, I think that some are more serious than others.
Okay.
You know, if you find that there's widespread error in an election, a recent election, that's something that you want to look at quicker than somebody taking a picture of a ballot 2 years ago, you know. So I think there's probably a little bit that I mean, you have to look at these things and decide how serious they are, because some are a lot more serious than others. You know, if we see a case where there was widespread error in an election, you certainly want to put that at the top of the list so that you can resolve what occurred, or
So, and this is not a gotcha question, but there is a level of triage that happens then with these complaints that as they're coming in.
I would say there is some. I mean, when I see cases that come that I think are rather significant, then I will call over to the investigators and say, we really need to, look at this one hard because it's something that's important. So I've done that in the past.
Okay. So I guess you could say that these cases of triage, they come in through some even bulk level of that. And so they are then investigated by an investigator based on what they see in the evidence. I think that's pretty common for almost any, even a business owner. I mean, we're going to prioritize things too, so that's not strange or outside the norm. Let's say that you have an outcome where you find somebody to be fraudulent, okay? And so we've talked about the example where somebody's voting in another state, they voted here, they had an intent to vote fraudulently in the state. Even few and far between, sure, they were doing that. What is the outcome for somebody like that with the state election board today? So they bring this to the board and y'all adjudicate it. Is that a monetary? Is it a civil? It's a crime, or is it a misdemeanor? Is it a felony? What is the outcome with you?
When that would come before us, it would likely be that we'd refer that to the Attorney General. The Attorney General would either send it to a local DA to prosecute, or they may fine them and reach some kind of consent with them. But those kind of cases where there's obvious fraud, a voter trying to vote twice and the intent was there, I can't think of one that we didn't send to the Attorney General for further adjudication.
Yeah.
So,
go ahead. I'm so sorry.
yeah,
So I'm trying to understand. So when we say investigate, I just want to make sure we're clear, and that is, I'm talking about a single entity investigation. Or in these investigations that ultimately go to the AG, is the Secretary of State involved in those investigations in any way? Or even going forward, would they be involved in those investigations?
well, my understanding, this is just my understanding, is that once it's sent to the AG, the Secretary of State will ship the file to the AG. And it could be that the case may have multiple violators. We've had cases that have 18 people involved in that case, and we may ship a portion of those people to the Attorney General. We may look at that case and say, okay, these 3 people are dismissed, these 3 people get a letter of intent, these 3 get a letter of reprimand, and the rest are going to the AG. So we look at them individually when they come in like that. But once it goes to the AG, my understanding is at that point, the Secretary of State's files go to the AG, so that they have, and those files can be pretty massive. So the AG has that. And I guess, I would imagine that the AG then can talk with the investigators if they have any, issues or questions or whatever. We kind of lose, I don't want to say jurisdiction, we don't deal with the cases once they go to the AG until they come back to us for final consent.
Okay, so and just to be clear, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm trying to understand this process. I think it's important to many people, and we're here to study election procedures. And I think, intrinsically, procedures means detail, and so I'm just trying to get the details here to understand this process, because I think a big part of it has just been transparency, kind of universally in the entire environment of elections. People are trying to get to some transparency. So you have an investigation. It's then referred to the Secretary of State in these cases.
Yes.
So the Secretary of State then either investigates it, post-investigation from the SEB, and then at their choice then sends it to the AG's office.
No,
is that correct?
No.
Okay.
Once a claim comes in to us or to the Secretary of State, it goes to the investigation team at the Secretary of State's office. They investigate it. Once they have completed their investigation, they present it to the board, and the board hears the case. And the board decides whether to dismiss it, issue a letter of instruction, issue a letter of reprimand, or refer it to the AG. That's been the 4 avenues that we've gone down since my tenure on the board.
And that's in the past. So going forward, though, what will be the procedure? So will it be that the SEB is going to investigate and directly send to the AG, or will they still be referring these cases from the investigatory body of the SEB to the Secretary of State?
You know, going forward, if our investigators will investigate a case, they'll investigate it, they'll present it to the board, and the board will take one of those 4 actions.
Okay, and those 4 actions, repeat that again for me.
Dismiss,
Okay.
letter of instruction, letter of reprimand, referral to the AG.
Okay. Of the cases that have been historical, and I understand we're not there yet, but of the cases that historically have been, I guess, referred to the AG, do you get a report on the ultimate action that was taken by the DA or, you know, those cases? Do you keep reporting on the ultimate outcome of these fraudulent cases?
The Attorney General comes back to us at a meeting and presents their findings to us or their consent to us. And so they tell us what, you know, we've signed a consent order, they've been fined $500, we've given them letter. So they tell us what their recommendation is, and then the board will approve that recommendation of the Attorney General,
Okay.
that consent. So.
Okay. All right. I think that's my questions, and thank you so much for indulging me on that. I know that's getting kind of very granular, but I'm trying to understand kind of that the authority and control as it passes through from body to body, because I think people want to know where that's coming from, and you answered it very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Chairman Anderson.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, and hopefully this will be the last questions that we have from the committee here, but I like to hear recommendations. And the subject that I'd like to hear some recommendations on, the biggest concern that I hear regarding our state elections board at this point is the backlog of cases that you're talking about. Going forward with the understanding that this is a study committee from the House of Representatives, from the legislature, what would be your top 2 or 3 recommendations that we should consider that would assist and help the state elections board in not only addressing the current backlog, but potentially preventing that level of backlog cases that are, you know, possibly 6 and 7 years old hanging around going forward? Do you have a couple of recommendations that you could pretty concisely make?
Well, provided we don't get involved with a lot of rulemaking next year, this board should be able to adjudicate the backlog next year, between the end of this year and next year. I mean, we're talking about 300 plus cases. We're going to hear 120 of those before the end of the year. If we have the same level of meetings next year, 5 meetings in 2 days each, there shouldn't be much of a backlog after that, frankly, and we should be able to get rid of all of those. You know, we don't have the option of having full-time investigators at the Secretary of State because they have a lot of other responsibilities besides just us. And I've talked with them extensively about the number of meetings that they can actually handle a year, and we figured that 10 days of meetings was a lot for them. But I think that next year, if we get through next year at the same level we're going through now, there shouldn't be a backlog really left. It'll just be new cases coming in. So I think that you know, this problem will resolve itself, provided we don't get involved in a lot of other nonsense. And I'm not saying rules are nonsense, but there's just a lot of other things that we get involved in. So we should be able to get through that backlog next year. And even with the Attorney General, I mean, those cases come, they're pretty quick. I don't see any reason why we can't get through those also next year. So I think this problem's going to solve itself, frankly. I'm not sure what the legislature could do to prevent that or to even help it, frankly, because they have to come before the board at this point. The board has to hear them, and we just need the time to do that, you know. So sorry about that, but yeah.
Questions? Okay, quick.
Right. So is every case referred to the AG for some kind of investigation and decision, or do the investigators sort of make a call if they, you know, if it's someone calling saying, you know, my neighbor keeps setting fires with his mine, so I can't vote, they would call that, or do they, I'm trying to determine if the AG gets involved in every case or only certain ones.
No, the investigators do not make a recommendation on how the case is adjudicated. They simply recommend, they only tell us the facts and whether the facts are substantiated, the claim is substantiated or not substantiated. That's all they do. They're just a fact finder. The board then has 4 different decisions it makes, and I don't have those numbers before me, but I would say maybe 10% of them we would refer to the AG. Frankly, the vast majority of them are either, like the last meeting that we had 50-something cases. 14, 15 of them were dismissed on the front end. The rest were given either letters of instructions or a letter of reprimand, and we may have sent 5 to 10 cases to the AG. And some of those were because the respondent didn't show up, frankly.
So what are is like one of the criteria if you think there was some intentional wrongdoing or the party is contesting the case and it needs further investigation, you would refer to the AG, or?
I'll give you an example, and this has to do with, and this is just my personal opinion on these things. People taking a photograph of your ballot, which we know is against a violation of the statute, right? So we get a lot of those. We're going to hear 20 of them at the next meeting or something like that, 15, 20 of them. If somebody innocently pulls out their phone, does not realize that that's not allowed, takes a photo, and then they're challenged there in the booth or whatever, and they immediately delete the photo, so I'm sorry, I didn't know that was against the law, I'm stupid, To me, that is more of a letter of instruction. You're not supposed to, don't do it again. If they argue about it, though, if they post it on Facebook, and they did it intentionally, and they knew, if somebody challenges them, they say, well, I don't care, I have a right to do it, and I'm going to post on my Facebook, I'm going to send it to AG. I'm going to vote to send it to AG. Because, that to me is just so much more serious and so much more intent. Intent to me is really important for me. And so, I look at intent when I look at fraud and cases like that. We're all human. We all make mistakes. Election, they're dealing with mounds of paper. They're dealing with a code book that thick. They're dealing with all kinds of things, and people are going to make human errors. And that's where a letter of instruction is important. It's really kind of intent that drives my decisions.
So it sounds like there are a number of criteria. It's difficult to articulate them exhaustively, but bad faith, state of mind of the actor is one thing that might influence whether you handle it at one level where you issue a reprimand or a letter of instruction or refer for further action to the AG.
Yeah, I back in my history, I've done hundreds, if not thousands, of investigations myself. I was vice president of security for a long time, and when I would interview people, it was always important to me if they were honest with me, if they admitted what they were doing, and if they showed that they were sorry for what they did, And that goes a long way with me. But if you come in there and start acting stupid, I don't care if I put you in jail. It doesn't bother me a bit. I'm not going to lose a minute of sleep, Right. So I look at, for me, and I'm only speaking for myself, I look at a person's intent and what they're, what they did. So
I understand. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
all right.
Representative Draper said she had a quick question.
Chairman Anderson asked you about your recommendations on the backlog, and I would like to ask you about your recommendations, if you have any, on avoiding these 11th hour rule changes that insert chaos into the process and leave our county election offices not knowing what policies they have to follow. I introduced a piece of legislation last year that I think paused the rulemaking capacity of the board. I think it was 6 months before a major election. I can't remember, honestly, but what would be your view on something like that?
I would support that fully myself. I don't think that we ought to be passing rules unless they're emergency rules just prior to an election. It's too difficult on the local election directors to train for it and to educate people. I mean, it shouldn't happen. My opinion of that. I also, Dr. Johnson, who's also on our board, and I have talked about putting up a rules committee together that would, when a rule came before the board, we would send it to the rules committee to consider, and that committee would be made up of a lot of different people that have an interest in that, and they could perfect that rule before it came before the board, so that we didn't have, the board would know that it met the law, that it followed statute, and that it was something that was needed in the state. We haven't gone down that path very far yet, but I think that just having more time to consider it and to make changes to it, much as y'all do in the General Assembly, would help somewhat and be able to get us better, more effective rules out there. So,
It's a great idea. Thank you.
thank you.
All right. Mr. February, could you tell us when your next state elections board meeting is?
Yeah,
Location?
September 23rd and 24th, unless we have a meeting prior to that. There may be a called meeting prior to that, executive session to discuss litigation, but that wouldn't.
But y'all do these at the Capitol, correct?
Yeah, so room 341. We try to have them at the Capitol for security reasons. Last year, I don't know if all members of the board, but several members of the board received death threats and all other kinds of threats. And so coming from the security world, security is very, very important to me, and I want to have them in a secure atmosphere. Generally, in the past, this board has had a Zoom meeting when y'all are in session, which has worked well during that time period. But security is utmost important to me, especially given what occurred last year. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate you being here today and your time.
thank you.
All right. All right, we are next going on to State Election Board Member Sarah Tyndall Gazal. Ms. Gazal? Thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairmen, many of you up here, and esteemed members of the General Assembly. I'm grateful for the invitation and the opportunity to speak with you today. I want to be very clear, as I am a member of the State Election Board, but I am here on behalf of myself and myself only. I am not speaking on behalf of the board. I'm not speaking on behalf of the body that nominated me, which is the Democratic Party of Georgia. By way of background, I observed my first election in 1997 in Liberia. After that, I observed special elections again in Liberia, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Jamaica, and a tribal leadership election in the Cherokee Nation. I attended law school after all of that in my 30s based on my commitment to and interest in and commitment to democracy and elections. And I've been on the board now for 4 years, which doesn't sound like much, particularly when you look at my predecessor, who was on for 17 years. But nonetheless, that leaves me as the longest standing, current standing member of the State Election Board. So I don't come to this issue lightly or without a good bit of experience and interest. So you all invited me here to speak about 3 different issues. Our hearing of cases, a rulemaking authority, and policy making. So I'm going to address all of these questions in reverse order, simply just for ease. The policy making authority first, which is we have none. We are an administrative body appointed by various bodies. Our job is to administer and oversee the policies that have been established by you as the General Assembly and the legislature, and to a certain extent by other elected constitutional officers. We have no independent policy-making authority. To the extent that our unique perspective and our point of view gives us certain insights, we certainly may make suggestions, but that's not policy making. That's simply advisory. So, very simply, that's it. Our rulemaking authority has been circumscribed recently by the Supreme Court, along with every other administrative body in Georgia. So that's how that's how precedent works. It applies to every administrative body. We must have a clear delegation of authority from the legislature to write rules. And while this has always been the case, this has always been the law, it's not always how we have operated under that understanding. So I've seen the SEB rulemaking process evolve pretty significantly. When I came on board, it was a little over 4 years ago, June 1st of 2021. So that was the precise moment where the Secretary of State was leaving his active leadership of the board. Nevertheless, the board maintained a really close relationship with the Secretary of State's office, especially at that time, and that was reflected in our rulemaking process. We worked informally with members of the Secretary of State's office, with counsel from the Attorney General's office, various elected officials, election officials from various counties, informally, who are deeply experienced in election administration. And that was the rulemaking process that we used following the passage of SB 202. There was significant rulemaking delegation in there, and that's what we did. We reviewed rules that had been drafted by attorneys. We consulted with each other. We consulted with the law. We released them under the APA. Georgia's APA is almost identical to the Federal Administrative Procedure Act, and it passed them unanimously. And they've served the state very well. They've served the counties well. They provide very clear guidelines on how to administer elections now. The rulemaking process has really been turned on its head since then. As opposed to the board initiating rulemaking, we have been responsive to petitions that we have received. We've received petitions throughout my tenure, but there was a flood beginning last year. And as the chairman mentioned, we heard 32 different rules. We spent months going through them. We were responding to advocates who felt very strongly, had very strong opinions, had very strong beliefs, but had virtually no grounding in the law or election administration, with a very few exceptions in that. And while ultimately only a few of the rules that we debated were upheld by the court and held enforceable, the process that was followed really diminished the standing of the board in the public. It diminished the public trust that our elections are going to be grounded in a way that is nonpartisan and neutral. It diminished the standing of the board with the counties and the county election officials. And I have heard this directly, very quietly, very privately, but we need to serve as a body that has the respect of the counties, because what we do affects them. Everything we do, everything we say impacts them. If we no longer are held in respect, that's a huge problem. And I think an underappreciated aspect of all of this also is the enormous cost to the taxpayer. As the chairman mentioned, in a number of cases, we did not follow advice of counsel, which meant that we were required to have outside counsel appointed by the state, and that was paid for by the taxpayer. So this is not just the normal allocated costs of the AG office. We had external counsel costs, and all of that these are taxpayer dollars that were supporting this, because we just absolutely ignored them. We adopted rules that were proposed by partisan actors. It ignored the advice, even pleas from the election administrators, because they're the ones who are responsible for applying and carrying these rules out. Moving forward, I don't see this as much of an issue because of the very clear constraints that the Supreme Court of Georgia passed along. Our responsibility is quite limited here. I will add that there remains a regulatory scheme that we have been instructed by the legislature to provide rules for, and we have neglected it. The legislature gave very clear instructions that the SEB was to develop rules for distribution of funds to counties from the funds from non-governmental parties. We fulfilled the mandate to provide recommendations to the legislature, but to this day, we still haven't written rules about that. And so when we had clear instructions, we have not followed it. Instead, we pursued the path we did last year. So the bulk of our time and effort really is spent in hearing and adjudicating cases, determining whether or not there appears to be sufficient evidence that a person, a campaign, or an office has violated an election law or rule. And the chairman has already gone through exactly what that looks like to a certain extent. When I first started 4.5 years ago, we heard hundreds and hundreds of cases per year. There was a really good report in the AJC recently reviewing the number of cases. I think there were 500 cases that were adjudicated in 2021, and this past year it was a little over 100. The importance of this work is that it serves as a body of guidance, if not a body of law. Similar to common law, parties, individuals, counties, and organizations should be able to look at our cases and determine what actions and activities are acceptable and what are not. So the consistency in our hearings, in our cases, in our decisions are absolutely critical. And for the most part, the vast majority of our cases are decided unanimously because it's very clear. But increasingly, we're seeing more and more politicized cases where the outcome appears to depend on the party involved. I'll give a couple of examples. The board recently voted that the company Lyft violated election law by offering discounts for rides to the polls. It was a program available to everyone, no requirement to vote. Nobody received any remuneration. It was simply a discount of worth up to $10 to get to the polls. And that was ruled as a violation, even though identical facts the year before was dismissed as no violation whatsoever. At the same time, a body that offered volunteer drivers and rides to the polls for free, that was no problem whatsoever. And a year before, the board determined that a political campaign that handed out cash cards, like literally cash going to voters in the city of Atlanta, and for gas and for groceries, explicitly from a campaign, identified from the campaign volunteers explicitly linked it to voting, but that was dismissed. So if you can find an intelligible principle among those cases, you are a better attorney than I, because I cannot. And more to the point, if I were a campaign or a voter looking at this, I would not know what is allowed and what is not allowed. I cannot see the uniformity in this. It's really difficult not to conclude that the deciding factor is who benefits politically. We have seen a small handful of election fraud cases. I have referred some myself to the district attorney's office. Subsequently, I understand that the party involved was in prison for many years. We recently had a case where it was so clear. We had them dead to rights. Our investigators did an amazing job. We had copies of absentee ballot applications and envelopes from Nevada, and copies of the forms in Atlanta, in the Atlanta area. For years, this voter voted in 2 states at the same time. Brought an attorney to the board. This case was, we did not make a decision the first time, even though all of the materials were there. We can ask the investigators, they will give us copies. It managed to get pushed out so many times that we missed the window of opportunity that the statute of limitations ran. So somebody who very clearly, deliberately voted in 2 states for years and years on end, received, perhaps will get a letter of reprimand from the AG's office. I believe the Secretary of State's office even sent it sua sponte to the DA's office, the relevant DA's office. But because it was mere days before the statute ran, they were not able to do anything about it. So what the instances where that everybody is worried about, we're failing to address properly. So I'd like to add a topic that you did not ask me about, but because I have a captive audience, I'm going to take advantage of it. And that's the topic of the structure of the State Election Board itself. We're quite unique within the universe of administrative boards and commissions within the executive branch in Georgia, because we don't include the constitutional office that's responsible for the same subject area that we oversee. That is, the Secretary of State is no longer part of the board at all. The appointment authority for a membership is different for each member, and includes third parties that are non-governmental and not elected, and I believe that poses something of a constitutional challenge under DeLay v. Sutton, although everything is legal until it's been challenged in court, and this has not been challenged in court, but that's out there. The Secretary of State is, of course, the constitutional officer in charge of elections, and under state law, the chief election officer for purposes of federal law as well. The office has a large, robust staff, including attorneys, investigators, election administrators. And the SEB has no authority to oversee or investigate the Secretary of State. This has been a decision by the Attorney General, long-standing, that did not change under SB 202, that the question was posed, and it's clear that we do not have that authority. The makeup of our board, however, has changed rather dramatically. When I started in 2021, 4 years ago, every member of the board, every appointed member of the board was an attorney, which is probably why we were able to adjudicate 500 cases that year between myself and my predecessor. We all understood what the law was, how it applied, what was intended by the law, and how we agreed on the facts. There was a common understanding. It wasn't always unanimous, but when in cases where there was a 3-1 vote or a 2-2 vote with the chair voting, it was really clear that this was simply a professional disagreement on how the law applied to the facts in this particular instance. But the legislature in SB 202, they cut off the head. They cut off the head of the organization by removing the Secretary of State as a voting chair and creating an independent chairman with very little authority, despite their best efforts in not having any baseline requirements for the members. So what we've seen over the years is as members rotate off, either because their work becomes overwhelming or for whatever reason, they're being replaced with advocates as opposed to attorneys. And advocates that don't necessarily take advantage of the expertise that is available to us. And so, as you've mentioned, the relationship between the board and the Secretary of State has grown increasingly distant. And rather than make decisions based on what's best for election administration and what's best for the voters of Georgia, we're making decisions based on what's best for political parties and campaigns and candidates. And that is contrary to what true election integrity requires. There are ways of ensuring that the body is not used as a partisan weapon, but instead fulfills its statutory purpose, but we're just unable to do that, despite the best efforts of everybody on the board who works hard to remain functional under difficult circumstances. But the body is frankly dysfunctional, perhaps irreparably so. The damage began with acts of the legislature, so it seems only right that you guys are here trying to fix it. And I am absolutely open to answering any questions you may have. But I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. McGazal. Please hold your applause, please. Any questions from members? All right. Chairman Anderson.
Yeah, if I may, just to kind of ask the same question I did before, again, regarding the backlog of cases and your experience on the board, one or two suggestions that may possibly help to relieve that situation now and going forward.
Certainly. One of the issues has been there has been a great deal of turnover within the investigations office in the Secretary of State's office. So a lot of times they will have to pick up the case almost from scratch, even when the investigation is almost finished. And so that has created some delays in that office. I think that what we're seeing now is continuity. I haven't seen a lot of change in the last couple of years. And we've had really great partnership with them. Having access to a lot of the data in advance would be helpful. Making sure that the parties are getting proper notice. We continue cases if the party had not received proper notice, or if we understand that they would want to be there or are unable to. So I don't know exactly what that would look like. I know that our investigators have been very active in trying to help support just whatever they can. And so I think now that we have our investigators, they're moving forward now. We have a new executive director. Getting those notices out is absolutely critical. Making sure that the board members are doing their homework in advance, have all the information that they need in advance. Frankly, I would ask the Secretary of State's office if they need more money for more investigators. I don't know what the turnover, why there has been so much turnover, whether that's a more stable office right now, but that would certainly help. Mm-hmm.
Representative Monahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for your presentation. As a board member, I noticed, I did have a question. I'm just going to start there. I was asking my colleague here, and I have no idea. Maybe there's a legal reason for it. I'm not an attorney, by the way. But I know you said this was in your personal capacity, so you're not speaking on behalf of the board, or you're just speaking on behalf of your personal capacity, or
yes,
as a member?
Yes.
As a member of the board, though?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, not as a private citizen, because I thought this was a very detailed testimony for somebody who was just in their personal capacity, so thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
So I want to ask a question. That is there ever a reason, in your opinion, that within 2 weeks of an election, there should be a rule made regarding the election? Could you contemplate a reason why a rule would need to be made within 2 weeks? Or is that always not necessary, in your opinion?
If a natural disaster or something of that nature were to impact voting locations, for instance, and us being Georgia, and I've seen any number of election years where we get hit in South Georgia, especially gets hit by hurricanes, and we've had we've had polling locations that were just completely inaccessible. So in something like that, I could see emergency rulemaking being necessary. 2 weeks is obviously the APA would fall by the wayside. The Administrative Procedure Act requires 30 days notice. It requires 20 days after the publication of a rule. There's another 20 days before it actually comes into force. So there's a significant amount of notice that's required. And under SB 202, emergency rulemaking was changed, and there has to be informing you all, the legislature, prior, I believe it's even prior to rulemaking it being initiated. So that would be really the only circumstance that I can think off the top of my head where rulemaking for an election would need to happen in that immediate time frame, would be some sort of natural disaster. Everything else, I mean, if there are circumstances that arise that folks can't anticipate, that's a failure of imagination. And believe me, election administrators are incredibly imaginative, because if they haven't seen it or heard it, they've dreamed it, literally, sometimes.
So, just to boil it down, do you believe that there should be, so for natural disasters, for example, that should be one cause for an emergency rule, is that correct?
That is an occasion that I can imagine that would allow for that, I believe, because that's I mean, literally, there's no way to anticipate that sort of thing.
What will that function look like? How will that, in your mind, how does that, there has been some talk about the emergency rulemaking and whether or not we want to allow emergency rulemaking or not. I think some of my colleagues would say we don't want to make these changes within so many days of the election. I'm trying to, I guess, get to, you're the longest serving board member. In cases where you think that for a maybe political reason, why a emergency rule may have you seen any cases where you think that maybe it would benefit the voting public to have an emergency rule?
Well, I think 2020 was like the absolute perfect case study where emergency rulemaking was absolutely necessary because of the pandemic. Clearly, nobody could have predicted that. There was a significant amount of emergency rulemaking, and you have somebody here who can talk to that because he was very much a part of that, and it was to the benefit of the voters to be able to have much easier access to absentee ballots during the primary, which was done through emergency rulemaking. For political reasons, I think the most important party, the only party for whom rules should be made at the end of the day is to benefit the voters, not to benefit a politician, not to benefit a party, but
thank you. Please go ahead.
It's about the voters. So I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to understand. I know there have been times in the past where we've got election directors across the state that work very, very tough. You know, they got tough jobs. They got incredibly important, topic that they're working with, right? Their job's incredibly important, and we want to make sure we get that done. And we want to make sure that it's, very easy to vote, and we want to make sure that the vote is fair. I guess my question is, when we have, maybe a board of elections or election director who acts in a partisan way. I think we saw in Fulton County when they opened up voting on the Saturday and Sunday before, kind of outside what I think many people believed to be the full scope of the law there, to open up those absentee ballot locations because of maybe assumptions, presumptions that the elections board and the director made that day. I'm trying to understand, if we're trying to circumvent people from getting a partisan advantage, do you think that would be an appropriate place to have an emergency rule, kind of clarifying what you can and can't do as per Georgia law and statute?
I'm not sure that rulemaking is exactly what is necessary in a circumstance like that. I think it is, I think that statements from constitutional officers go a heck of a long way. Like if there were a statement put out by the Secretary of State saying that this is not acceptable, we don't believe that the law allows for this. If we don't think that this is, it would have shut down if the Secretary of State or the governor had said this is not acceptable. The counties definitely would have shut that down. I don't think you necessarily need rulemaking. We're 5 people, but we're still cats, and herding cats it can be a really challenging thing. Getting a quorum together with almost no notice, I think it would be really challenging. I don't think that rulemaking is necessarily the only way to get to something like that particular issue quickly.
So, Mr. Chairman, if you may, I'm just trying to understand this. Yep. So, you don't think that the state, or maybe even you yourself, I know you're speaking for yourself as state election board member, you don't feel like you have a role in that, making sure that those elections are?
Oh, absolutely, we have a role in that. I'm just saying that that's not necessarily the best way of acting on a dime. So I imagine all board members have the same experience where we receive reports of something going wrong, going sideways during the election, and we have to act on that immediately. And my first response is to inform the chair and to inform the Secretary of State's office, because they do have investigators who will literally go out immediately. If the Secretary of State's office receives a report of something happening during an election, that investigator goes out absolutely, like at that moment, if they're available, and they have them located across the state. There's an office in Macon. I don't know where else they may have offices, but they'll have investigators there. And so when there are reports of irregularities, they go out instantly, so that there is a contemporaneous report of what is going on. And that's one of the ways in which we respond to these sorts of issues. And I think I've lost you.
No, I'm listening. Look, I am not a lawyer, and those are some very, very big words. I guess what I'm trying to boil this thing down to is, does the SCB have enough you have enough responsibility to maybe, adjudicate these investigations and do all this work, but when something happens in a very partisan way in an election that is clearly outside of statute, you all of a sudden don't have power, and you want to go to a partisan elected official to then make that decision. And I'm not exactly sure how I'm following the logic on that. Now, I'm not an attorney, and I may be wrong, and maybe that's okay. That's purely, I think, your opinion, and you're entitled to that. You're a board member and a very educated person, and I believe that you're an expert. I guess my question is, what do you think ultimately your role is then as a state election board member? And vicariously, what is the role of the investigators as they move through these investigations? If you do send out one of these newly paid for investigators, of which it seems like you like, as I was following your testimony, if ultimately they have to pass this information to another investigator to make it happen? And is that the procedure that we want for emergency rulemaking? It almost seems like, to your point and characterization of cats, it's like we got some cats chasing their tails.
I would definitely not reject that characterization. I'm not saying that there is no role. I'm saying that might not be the best tool under the circumstances. I think absolutely emergency rulemaking is a critical tool to be able to deploy when it's necessary. that I'm just saying that that particular circumstance of the Saturday and Sunday collecting of absentee ballots, because it, I think that was planned actually months in advance, and the question is whether or not folks were asking the right questions at the right time. But that's neither here nor there. I'm not convinced that emergency rulemaking in that circumstance would have been the most effective tool, but to have that tool in our toolbox, I think is really important. I agree 100% with you on that. And I think I've forgotten the rest of your comment about
That's okay.
the investigators.
I'll ask one final question. That is,
That's
do
fine.
you believe that a county election board can act in a partisan manner? Have you seen that in your experience?
Could you repeat that?
Do you believe that a election director or county election board can act in a partisan manner?
Oh, absolutely.
And have you seen that in your 4 years?
Absolutely. I have seen boards and directors act in partisan manners. Most election directors reflect the community that they serve. So we have, I don't know what the partisan proclivities of election directors are. I choose not to look at that information because I think that's unfair to them, to me, and to the voters. But yet everybody can act in a partisan manner. Sometimes issues and actions may appear partisan when they're not. And lots of people are very motivated by partisan interests, but they're able to mask it in a way that appears to be very neutral. We're humans. You know, we all have our own motivations, our own background, the voices that we're listening to. There's no way around it. The question is whether or not the outcome is fair, whether or not voters are able to have their say, whether or not the partisans and the candidates have trust in the process. Whether they understand the process well enough to know when they can challenge it and when it's not necessary. So everybody is going to be partisan at some point or another. That's just human nature. The question is whether or not that is the superseding, like the only motivation for what you do, or if it just happens to coincide or happens to be counter. There are ways of minimizing it. There are steps you can take to really try to minimize it, and a lot of that is simply like, I don't want to know. I don't want to hear about it, and I do that quite a lot, but obviously not always.
But ultimately, as a nonpartisan group, the state election board, you don't know if you should have that emergency rulemaking power in that situation.
I don't know that would have been the best response. I absolutely believe emergency rulemaking power is important, and that we should.
Thank you so much for your presentation and for your service on the board. I wanted to ask you about DeLay v. Sutton. You mentioned that you thought the composition of the Board of Election may be at risk because of that decision. I'm not sure I agree with that. I'm not sure that applies to election boards and that type of thing, but let's put that aside. Do you have a thought on how we could minimize our risks with respect to DeLay v. Sutton?
Oh, certainly. I mean, there are very easy ways and there are complicated ways of getting past that. The easiest thing is to ensure that, in this case, the governor, because the governor ultimately appoints the members who have been nominated by political parties, grant him discretion, grant the office discretion to accept or reject a nominee, and then that process can keep going. That is what's happened in some of the counties that have changed their election laws, the local legislation. I think Cherokee County has written in discretion, and I know that they've used it. They chose not to appoint one of the Democratic nominees, and they chose somebody else. So that was, I assume that that legislative change was driven by delay. All you have to do is look across the state and look at all the other administrative bodies, the other appointed committees, commissions. Some of them are fully nominated by the governor with Senate advice and consent. You can have various bodies that nominate. You can, all of the two chambers of the legislature could have nominees. You can have the majority, each majority leader and each minority leader have an appointment, and then the chair by the governor, or it can revert to the Secretary of State again. But again, these are all policy issues that you all are in charge of, and this is what you're looking at, and this is why we're here. So it's not up to me to say what the best is, but there are loads of other ways. There are plenty of boards within Georgia where the legislation defines who the background, the professional background of each member, for instance, and that way you have a certain amount of expertise among the members, as opposed to just anybody who's a registered voter, which is basically what we have right now.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Gazal. We really appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
All right, members, and we are going to break for lunch. We will come back promptly at 1 p.m., 1 o'clock p.m. Thank you all. All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order. Just wanted to let everybody know we got several speakers left this afternoon to speak, and we do have a hard 3:30 cutoff, so we're going to try our best to get through the speakers to hopefully have some time for public comment at the end of the meeting. So next up, Mr. Rick Jeffries was supposed to be here, he's state elections board member, to speak, but he was not able to be here today. Something came up. So we're going to hear from Ms. Janelle King, who is the speaker's appointment, House of Representatives appointment on the state elections board. Ms. King, welcome.
Am I on? Okay. Thank you so much for having me. As you stated, was not originally invited, but I'm grateful that the opportunity presented itself where I can speak. I was asked to share a little bit about my experience, a little bit about, and I'm going to turn this a little bit because I want to talk also to the people. I was asked to share about my experience. I was asked to share about some of the issues that we faced, and I was asked to share about ways in which we can improve. I feel like this poem here sums up my experience. It's from Theodore Roosevelt, and it says, "It's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there's no effort without error or shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, and who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat." I feel like the man in the arena is not just being a board member, it's the election staff, it's the advocates, it's the board members, it's elected officials, it's the makeup of we the people, not we the attorneys, not we the elected officials, not we the advocates who are constantly putting us under legal jeopardy and legal cases. It's we the people, it's all of us collectively. We all have a voice. And you don't have to be a high-powered attorney to understand how to follow the rules, no more than you have to be a sous chef to read a recipe. We have instructions that are laid out before us as to how we are to operate, and all you have to do is follow the rules. As I stated, I am here because Member Jeffries could not be here. I was not invited, neither was Dr. Jan, to this meeting. I personally believe that every board member should have the opportunity to speak if we're going to talk about the entire board. So I'm here speaking on behalf of myself as a board member. I'm not going to speak on behalf of the entire board because clearly we share differences of opinions. But I do think it's important to ask a very important question. What is going on? Regardless of whether you're a part of the majority of the board that tends to vote a certain type of way, or if you're part of the opposition, or however you want to see it, we're all asking this question: what is going on? Well, I'm hoping that I'll be able to shine some light. So to be clear, we need to understand the makeup of the board. We need to understand that the board is made up of 5 members. We have the House, which is myself. I represent the House. I am appointed by the Speaker I was appointed outside of session. So that means that I was appointed directly by the Speaker, and it's the Speaker who can remove me. We have the Chairman of the board, who is supposed to be appointed by the House and Senate. However, when the House and the Senate were not in session, the governor makes the appointment. Thus, we have our chairman, who was appointed 2 days before session began. We also have a member from the Republican Party, Dr. Jan, and we heard from Sarah Gazal, who's a member from the Democrat Party. And lastly, you have the Senate representation, Member Jeffries, who was, I say, appointed by the Lieutenant Governor, but he's appointed by the Senate. That being said, roles and responsibilities. So you heard our chairman rattle off our roles and responsibilities, kind of skim reading. I put the entire section up here, particularly the one about promulgating rules. And I wanted to highlight the part that says uniformity in practices and proceedings of superintendents, registrars, deputy registrars, poll officers, and other officials. The key word I would like to emphasize is uniformity. And when I begin to talk about our rules, I will explain why I supported the rules that I supported, because it's directly connected to uniformity. As you can see, the chairman, he did go into the others, but this lays out a portion of what we are supposed to do as state election board members. Before I go into dispelling the myths, because we got to talk about that, let me first talk about how I got here. I got a phone call that said the Speaker of the House would like to appoint you. I don't have a deep relationship with the Speaker of the House. I was actually pretty shocked that I was being considered, but nonetheless, I'm happy that I was considered, because it allowed me to come to this board with fresh eyes. I specifically jumped into this role, making sure I spoke to people from all backgrounds. I asked to meet with every single board member, which I did, including the former board member that I was replacing, Ed Lindsay. I sat down with each of them individually so that I could make sure I understood where everyone was coming from, that I had a balanced perspective, because having perspective matters. And in doing so, when I did speak to our speaker, I said to him, I said, what do you expect of me? And he said, I expect you to do the right thing. And I said, well, that's easy, because it's not hard when the rules are already laid out for you. We just have to follow them. So he told me to do the right thing, and that's what I proceeded to do. When I had my first board meeting, it actually took place on July the 9th. That was my first board meeting. And during that board meeting, I was whisked off into executive session within 10 minutes of the board meeting started, so we can debate in private what we should have been debating in public, which was whether or not we would allow a member of the public 15 minutes to speak. That was the debate. Should we allow them 15 minutes to speak? Didn't feel like much of a debate to me. In the meeting, I said, along with other members, just let them speak. We don't own this house. It's owned by the people. Let them speak. Nonetheless, he was able to speak, and we moved on. However, that meeting was not adjourned. We went into a long recess and was asked to come back the next day. That being my first meeting, I was not told that we were going to have 2-day meetings. So I only scheduled that day for the board meeting. And so that following day, I had a previous appointment. However, I said that I can join virtually, and so did other members. We had a quorum. We were all given individual phone numbers to call so that we could all call in and not be on the same call, but we can all call in individually to ensure that we had met our quorum and we can continue the meeting. I called the number that I was giving repeatedly and was sent to voicemail. I had no clue what was going on, only to find out that our chairman decided that he wanted to cancel the meeting without asking us, talking to us, or telling us anything. So he cancels the meeting. while we're in the middle of a meeting. We had not adjourned. So the next question was, well, why can't we all just close this meeting out? And the reason being is because we were concerned that the rules that we had passed during that first day would somehow be impacted if we waited another couple of days or a week or so to come back and adjourn, because each rule is on a time set schedule. Once it's approved, you have certain specific instructions that you have to follow in order to ensure that we are operating within the law. So the majority of the board, we all said, well, let's just meet to adjourn. And that is what we did on July 12th, the quote unquote illegal meeting. We met to adjourn with respect to the fact that two of our board members, our chairman and member Ghazal, decided they were not going to show up to that meeting. We said that we would continue all the other rules without making any decisions because we wanted to make sure we were fair and that everyone was present. So we literally walked into a board meeting with people holding up signs calling our meeting illegal when we were simply meeting to adjourn. And that's all we did. That turned into weeks and weeks of harassment, lawsuits. That turned into attacks after attack. I had people emailing me from the British media, London, everywhere. I mean, everywhere you can think of, asking me about this illegal meeting. It's nonsense. The issue we have with the state election board is that we have an issue of transparency and we have an issue of exclusion. And that is what I'm going to show you and prove to you today. When it comes to our SEB rules, majority of our rules come from the public. I believe there was maybe 2 rules that came from a board member, but the rules came from the public. That being said, the rules that were created, that were initiated, there was a ton of them, but the 2 rules that I have to talk about were the rules that got the most attention. It was let's not do that one yet. It was our hand count rule and our reasonable inquiry rule. Let's talk about the reasonable inquiry. I was told that there were counties who allowed their election board members to see the election data prior to signing that legal document that says that you are certifying that this election is free of errors, free of fraud, 100% accurate. And if you sign that and you are not right, you could be punished with a felony. This is the document that we are asking our election board members to sign without having to look at any data to feel comfortable signing it. But I was told that there were some counties that allowed it and there were some counties who did not. Our job goes back to uniformity. To create a uniform process, yes, I supported that rule and I will continue to support that rule because I never would want anybody, particularly a board member, to be in a position where they are now certifying an election they do not feel comfortable with. And I will give you an example in just a bit. The next rule was the hand count rule. The hand count rule was to ensure that the number of in-person voters that walked inside of that precinct matched the number of pieces of paper that's inside of that scanner. It's not complicated. You know why this was an important rule? Because without this rule, if we did find issues, we found it at the top, meaning we will have to cipher through, the Secretary of State will have to cipher through all of these complaints and issues, the hundreds of cases we keep talking about, and all this stuff. versus addressing it from the bottom up at the precinct level. The question was, oh, there's so many ballots. Well, guess what? On average, we're talking about a couple of hundred ballots. I believe there was one county, I think it was either Gwinnett or Fulton, I think it was Gwinnett, that said that they had maybe 1,500 pieces of paper to count in one night. But on average, on the precinct level, we don't see thousands and thousands and thousands of people coming into a precinct on election day only. We're not talking about early voting. We're not talking about absentee. And even if we did, we amended the rule so that you can have an extra day to come back and count it. Again, we're counting pieces of paper. We're not tabulating results. We're just counting pieces of paper. And if that is an additional task that is necessary to ensure that our count is accurate, why can't we do it? Not only that, but we have to support our election offices by giving them the resources, the funding, so that they can hire the people to do it. Of course, you have to consider all of those things. I digress. So, the timing of the rules. I hear that discussed over and over and over again. The timing didn't matter in 2020. If the timing mattered, we wouldn't have had drop boxes and all kinds of other stuff that we got. But now timing matters. I get it. Okay. That being said, when it comes to advice from the Attorney General's office, I have an email that I sent to the Attorney General's office because we weren't given legal advice. We're given opinions. And I specifically asked in my email, please give me the statute, give me the policy, give me the law, give me the tablet written in stone, give me something that proves that our meeting's illegal or that these rules are somehow wrong. Give me something. I did not get a response back because the Attorney General's office only communicates with our chairman, not the entire board. If I ask, if I email, I get nothing. So once again, exclusion and a lack of transparency. Not only that, but when it comes to conflicts counsel, we asked for conflicts counsel. We asked the AG to please give us separate counsel so that we don't have to be in this situation. We were told that we could not have conflicts counsel. But you know when we got conflicts counsel? After we were sued, and the first judge said there was two lawsuits, one issue. Now the first judge said, I just kind of have an issue with the timing but not the rules. The second judge decided that he had an issue with the rules, and about 15 minutes, I think it was, about 15 minutes of him going into his chambers, he came back out with a briefing on why. Fine. Now we can get conflicts counsel, but we asked for conflicts counsel. So let's get a glance behind the scenes. I'm going to answer your question about cases. Let's talk about cases. Because I don't think it has to be as complicated as we've made it. So I'm so happy that we are first discussing the backlog of cases, because what we're hearing time and time again is that there's no fraud in our elections. It's perfect. It's clean. It's accurate. That's what we're told when we go out and I listen to election officials talk about it from the top. However, we clearly have hundreds of cases of election improprieties, fraud, vulnerabilities, the list goes on and on. And when I hear people say things like, oh, it's just a little bit of fraud, doesn't really matter. When has a little bit of fraud matter? Does that, if you go to your bank and someone takes money out of your account and they say, oh, it's just a little bit of money, would you be okay with that? It's possible to have elections without fraud. It is possible. And the moment we get comfortable with a little bit of fraud, that's when the problem starts. And let me tell you when a little bit of fraud matters. A little bit of fraud matters when you're looking at cases where the delta between the winner and the loser is 88 votes. Perfect example. We heard a case recently. The city of Oakwood, Hall County, came before us. God bless them because they self-reported to us. Well, this was a case, a municipal case, where you had two individuals who ran. Unfortunately, 600 ballots was sent out to voters who did not live in the city of Oakwood. 300 of those people voted. The delta was 88 votes. So we don't know who won that election. They have someone in the seat, but did they win? A little bit of fraud. Some people will say 600 or 300 people voting in an election doesn't matter on the grand scheme of things. Maybe not to you because it's not your race. But when it's a mayor's race or a city council's race, and they're making decisions directly for the people who live in that city, it does matter. And the number of cases we hear where the delta is between 9 votes, 12 votes, just a handful of votes, a little bit of fraud matters. And we can't get comfortable with it. The reason why we have so many cases is not because of the current board. When I came on the board, and when many of us came on the board, we had a backlog of cases. It's because the boards before us weren't meeting and actually addressing the cases. It's just that simple. We decided to be a board that wanted to address the cases. And now that I'm glad that our chairman's excited about it, because he certainly wasn't when we asked to meet every month and he rejected it. Because I remember that, Dr. Jan, you remember that. We requested to meet every single month until we cleaned this up, and he did not want to do that. But now all of a sudden, he's like all excited about cleaning up the cases. Well, we finally got there. Thank goodness. So, machine vulnerabilities. Something else we hear about. We're told there's no vulnerabilities in technology. I believe he said that technology was the best. I don't see Waffle House getting rid of their servers and replacing them with technology. I mean, let's just ask the question, is technology the best? No, technology is a tool. It shouldn't be the sole element that we rely on when it comes to something as important as elections. We have to have a method to audit, which is why you have to have paper. That being said, ask DeKalb Commissioner Michelle Long Spears if technology is reliable. Because I believe in her case, she was told that she lost her race. Turns out, the votes that were cast for her went to her opponent using technology. So it's not to say that technology is all bad, but to assume that technology doesn't fail is inaccurate. And to make people who feel like technology should not be the sole purpose out to be quacks or crazy It's just completely absurd. I have spoken with some of the most intelligent people, and no, they're not all attorneys, because I don't know about you, but I've met some dumb attorneys, to be clear. However, just because an individual doesn't have all the letters behind their name doesn't mean they're incapable of reading data and looking at the facts and understanding what is in front of them. And part of the problem is shutting up the people, trying to manipulate the conversation, choosing who can talk and who can't talk. Just let everybody speak. Hear all the perspectives. You may learn something. This is an email. You can't read it, it's really small, but I'll tell you. This is an email that was achieved through an open records request by Charlene McGowan. This email reflects the issue that we have when it comes to behind the scenes in the SEB. Here we have an email on the bottom that was sent to Charlene from member Johnson in regards to a matter, in regards to the $5 million that we were supposed to oversee, the ballot image audit that we were supposed to be responsible for. She sends this letter. Right above it is a response from our chairman that was sent to Charlene McGowan, Gabriel Sterling, members of the House. No board member was copied on it. We had no idea this email was even sent. Now, this is after we asked our chairman to please follow the law, the legislation that was passed that separates us from the Secretary of State's office. We just said, please follow it. Keep us separate from the SOS so that we could do what we said we were going to do. Do not email or copy Charlene McGowan in the SOS office on everything that we're doing, because doing so attaches us directly back to the SOS office, and we're not following what we're supposed to be doing. He agreed that he would not do it. This was sent February of this year. Who knows how many other of our emails are constantly being sent back and forth to the SOS. This email was then forwarded by Charlene to Brad Raffensperger and Jordan Fuke. We would have known nothing. We are continuously excluded as board members. And then when we get up there and we're now at a board meeting, when we can all talk at the same time, it's done in the public. It looks like it's chaos. No, it's confusion, because we are constantly left out. We are told that you're not doing something to find out that you are. The lies that are being told, and I am the youngest on the board, and I cannot believe the maturity of some of these members. The amount of times I've been lied to by adults. It doesn't make any sense. So as I stated, major challenge, lack of transparency. According to the State Code 21-2-30G, the board shall neither be under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of State, nor shall it be considered a division of the office of the Secretary of State. So why are we continuing to tie them into every decision that we make? Why is it villainized when we make decisions separate from the Secretary of State's office? Why do we continue to have interference from the Secretary of State's office? I'm not going to go into details about our investigators. I'm going to leave that to our executive director. But there's a reason why our investigators can't do their job. There's a clear reason. Why is there continued oversight over everything that we do? Why can't we stand on our own 2 feet? The fact that our chairman the fact that the Secretary of State's office and the chairman are the two that communicate, the private meetings that we are not involved in, that we are not allowed to be a part of. What's going on in there? Why is there so much secrecy? It should not be that complicated. The complaints that we receive, you were asking some great questions about the process. Well, I can make it very simple. The fact is that we are supposed to send complaints to the Secretary of State's office. However, our website is tied to the SOS. So when someone submits a complaint directed towards us, they see it first. It's filtered, or possibly, we'll say allegedly. I don't know if we're getting all of the complaints or not. How are we supposed to know? We don't have our own website. When the SCB was separated, we should have been properly funded. Instead, the website was vetoed out. So we didn't get funding to create our own website. So we were at the mercy of the Secretary of State's office. And unfortunately, like the case in Oakwood, the Secretary of State's office was notified of the issues and the challenges prior to that election. They said to proceed. So that clearly is a problem. So we should be separated from them. However, like I said, the complaints come in, we get it from them, we have to have pre-meetings with them, the cases are heard by, are presented to us by them. We don't have the control that we're supposed to have. So I'm gonna wrap it up with how I think things can be improved, the heart of the matter for me. First of all, we gotta stop spreading harmful narratives. The idea that rules that we create that will impact every single candidate, every single election, will somehow only benefit Republicans is absurd. No one has been able to explain to me how that's even possible. But yet we keep running around with this narrative that we were trying to help steal the election. It's insanity. This new narrative that somehow, because my husband's running for office, I now am in some type of conflict of interest. How is that possible? I am one of 5 votes. There is nothing that I can do that will directly impact a candidate. He's not the Secretary of State. Let's be clear. Let's stop with the craziness. And the comments I made when I hit the Secretary of State during that board meeting happened because we were talking about this Oakwood case. I wasn't thinking about my husband. He can defend himself. I don't have to do that. This is about me defending the people. That candidate who didn't have the money to file a lawsuit so he can defend himself, even though he may have rightfully won that election. The fact that we have a Secretary of State's office that refused to redo that election when they should have. The fact that you have election board members who had to write on their certification document that they really don't want to certify this election, but guess what? I'm told that I have to, even though it was wrong. So they signed a document that said this election was accurate, knowing it wasn't. You don't see a problem with that? That is the level of control that we are now placing on top of our election board members. And it's not right. So we've got to stop with the narratives and the stories and the assumptions and the accusations, and let's just look at the facts. And the fact of the matter is we have to have full control as an SEB. I'm reminded of a statement that Frederick Douglass said when they asked him after the emancipation, what do we do with the Negroes? And he said, do nothing. Let us stand on our own 2 feet. We can do it ourselves. We don't need you to control us or tell us what to do. We can stand on our own 2 feet. And that is what I say about the state election board. Properly fund us, allow us to hire our own attorney, allow us to hire investigators, and allow us to do our job independently of the Secretary of State board, and to have courage to do it even when you're being told from whomever, as far as the top goes, it doesn't matter. Have the courage to do the right thing. And to do it simply because it's the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. King. Members of the committee, do you have any questions? All right, thank you. Let's have a seat. Let's sit down. All right, thank y'all. Questions from the committee? Chairman Leverett.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. King, for your appearing here today. I've been a fan a long time. I used to still watch Georgia games. I was in Georgia on that.
It's a lot harder.
So from some of your comments, do you feel it is inappropriate for the chairman of the board to have a communication with the Secretary of State under any circumstances?
No, I feel like it's inappropriate for him to be the only member of the board that can have communications with the Secretary of State. The problem that we have is if he was emailing the Secretary of State's office and copying the board members, then we will be involved in that process. But when we're excluded from the conversations, when we are getting back-channeled messages, that's a problem. How do we operate as a uniform board when only a portion of the board has access to information?
Is it inappropriate for you as a member or are you not permitted to email the Secretary of State yourself?
No, I am. However, if I do so, I'm going to copy every member of the board. The conversation, the point I'm making is that if we're going to act as a uniformed entity, then we need to do that. That's not what's happening. That's just one email. There are several emails where we are being contradicted behind our backs without having any indication of it. Unless someone happens to open up an open records request, that's the only way we find out. Even when we ask direct questions, like, have you spoken with them? What did they say? We don't get anything.
So the issue is more just sort of ex parte, isolated communications that aren't shared with the rest of the board.
Yeah, it's the lack of transparency and the misleading information that comes along with it.
Is there a practice or policy where members other than the chair are discouraged from communicating with Secretary of State or Secretary of State staff?
We're not discouraging you to communicate with them, because obviously we have to because of how the board is now situated. We weren't properly funded. We don't have our own website. So it's almost impossible not to have some form of communication with them. And I happen to think that the investigators do the best that they can. My issue is not with every person that's on staff with the Secretary of State's office. The point is, if we are going to do that, as I stated before, just include everyone. Make us a part of it. Don't pick and choose when we can be a part of the conversation and when we can't. It seems manipulative.
And thank you. So are you currently at this point, the board has 2 investigators?
Yes.
But the board doesn't have a way of receiving complaints online directly from potential complainants?
No, they have to go through our landing page that is connected to the Secretary of State's hosting. So technically it goes to them first, then it comes to us.
And I couldn't, I have old eyes, so I could not read the email. But I could
will
read
email
some
it
of
to
it. I
you.
just couldn't make through it all. But
Yeah.
it did look like there was some discussion in there of an MOU between the Secretary of State and the State Election Board. Was that with regard to use of investigative facilities or resources?
That was around funding.
Oh, okay.
There was a quote-unquote audit that was done that apparently we confused. We didn't know. We thought they weren't paid. We said, who paid them? So our former executive director inquired about whether or not they had been paid to find out that Gabriel Sterling had authorized payment out of our account. And we, the board members, had no knowledge of it. Now we have to approve our $247 stipends, but yet 1.3 million or so can be taken out of our account without our approval. And that was something that happened behind the scenes that, once again, the board members were not privy to. Our chairman in this email claims that he was a part of the entire process, but that's not what he told us.
So it is, at this point, and I'm not sure exactly what time frame that payment would have happened, but I think you're under the Secretary of State for administrative purposes only, but you're not subject to any control or direction by him, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. But however, that's what's happening.
Right, and that was the cause of concern, because it would seem to
Yeah.
me that someone in his office should not be able to authorize payment out of a state election board.
Exactly.
Shouldn't be able to authorize disbursement of state election board funds.
Right. But that is exactly what happened. That happened in 2024.
Okay. I think that was all I had. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Representative Monahan.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ms. King, for coming in and giving this testimony. I do have some questions. I think, as you know, the theme for me today is procedure. I want to understand everything. So let's work through, and my learned colleague here is a lawyer, so he understands things on a much more meticulous level, but I try to understand things simply. And that is, so they go to a website. I'm trying to understand investigation. You heard me ask these questions earlier. So they go to the website and they file a complaint.
Yes.
Okay. And that complaint is then through the web hosting of the Secretary of State. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. And then do you have firsthand knowledge or any knowledge, really, that there was a complaint that did not reach the SEB?
We have heard from people who have asked us, have you gotten our complaint? And we hadn't seen it. Now, that could be either they didn't send it and they're saying they did, or they did and it just didn't get to us. But we did have situations where, perfect example, our current executive director who submitted his application and it didn't end up coming to us. We had to back channel to find his resume. Because once again, we have to, whenever someone applies for a job, it's on that same page. So the Secretary of State's office sees it first. So we've had a couple of situations where we had applicants who said they applied, but their application never made it to us.
Okay, so I just want to understand. So, and I get that. I guess I'm really concerned with, because I think there's a level of trust that you can build with a person and know, okay, hey, I applied for, they may know you. Hey, I applied. I've got people at my business. We got plenty of employees that go, hey, my son-in-law applied for a job with you. Can you, give them an extra look or gander? And of course, that's something that I say, well, sure, we'll go through the process or whatnot. Sometimes, guys, you can't hire those folks, but sometimes you do. But the reason I say that is this. So there's an understanding and a back and forth, I think, that we understand there. My question is if this is a public-facing complaint, have you or anybody, have you tested it? Did you put in, have you tested a complaint on the website to see if it made it through? And see, we do that in our own business. We have contact forms and we test those things. Did you test it at all just to see?
I have not personally tested a complaint to see if it would come through. However, my argument is not in that process. My argument is that we need to be in control of the hosting of our own website so that we can eliminate any of those potential problems. Because there has been people, I get emails from people who are asking about complaints, and I can't check and see where their complaint is in the process without first contacting the Secretary of State's office.
Okay, all right. In those cases, were you able to find the complaints?
No.
So there is firsthand proof where somebody who...
Well, because let's just say they didn't submit the complaint. They said they did, but they didn't, right? So it's hard to say that this is specifically the Secretary of State's office that's filtering it and not getting it to us, because we don't have any access to any of the process, any portion of the process. So I don't want to, make an accusation that I 100% can't prove. However, it's a possibility.
I think it may be time for a secret shopper in the website.
I agree.
That's what we do. There's a lot of Elmer Fuds that go through our registration processes and Bugs Bunnies. Okay, Ms.
And there may be another board member that can give you a definite.
Well, and so that kind of leads to my next question, and that is about the funding. So I was told today that there was an increase in funding for the SEB for non-personnel reasons. I forget what the amount was. I kind of remember. 600,000. That's what I was going to say. Okay. So now, would that cover a website? or no?
It would, and we are starting the process of creating our own website. However, the challenge with that is when we ask for the additional funding, we ask for legal support and additional investigators, because 2 investigators covering the entire state is it's unreasonable. So the fact that we can't hire with the funds is a bit of a problem too. It's once again another obstacle that this agency has to battle in order to do what we're supposed to do. So we need to be properly funded, where we have control over all the funds to use it in the way in which we can use it so that it can actually benefit us and we can stay on our own 2 feet.
Okay. All right. So, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I have litany of questions, as I normally do for this crowd. So the Oakwood, you're talking about the elections Oakwood. So I want to understand that. You said that there were some odd 300 votes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Roundabouts number. Maybe it's more than that number.
Those are people that actually voted. Yes.
People that actually voted.
And if I'm wrong, I have someone in the audience that can. But he'll thumbs up me if I'm wrong.
Okay, so with 300, and you said that 88 went missing.
No, the difference between the winner and the loser was 88 votes.
Okay.
The winner, they won by 88 votes, even though 300 people voted in that election that were not supposed to.
I see. In addition, 300 people voted in that election that were not supposed to.
No, it was 600 that was sent out. Of the 600, 300 people voted.
Okay.
And once they tallied up all the votes and tabulated, the winner won by 88 votes.
Is that something that comes before the SEB? That is one of the cases.
It did come before the SEB.
So what was, in pure interest, what was the determination with that case? And what did you do in that circumstance?
We sent it to the Attorney General's office, but there's not much we can do at that point because we were also hamstrung where we can't demand that the election office redo the election. The Secretary of State's office could, but they decided not to. And if outside of that, the county officials, they cannot redo the election unless the candidate that lost, or one of the candidates, typically the candidate that lost, files a lawsuit. Well, he didn't have the money to do so. So it's just out there.
Is that a power that you think that the SEB would want to have, would be to request a new election if something
Absolutely.
like that? Okay. So answers that question. I'm just trying to get as much information that I can. I also could not read the email, and I'm much younger than him.
I'll email it. I tried to get the whole thing in there, but I'll email it to you.
Thank you. And so the one thing that I had a comment on was I want to understand the speed of counting. I think that there have been elections where voter confidence has been hurt because of the speed of the counting, closing precincts from counting overnight, waiting until the next day. I want to make sure that maybe some of the ideas that you proposed would not, we're all in search of the accurate count.
Correct.
But we also want that accurate count as quickly as possible, right? That kind of gives us some confidence in, hey, we're not going to stop counting, find out where things are, and continue counting. That was some of the things that I heard from people back home about the counting on certain elections.
Well, there was an example that was completed. The woman who put the rule forward, I'm sure she'll be fine with me saying this, but she's also an older woman, and so that was one of the complaints that people are too old to count, and I happen to disagree. However, another issue was that it was too hard to train, but I don't think we have to train people on how to count. And not only that, but she actually filmed herself counting I think it was around 400 or so ballots, and it was done in under 30 minutes. Following the rule as it was written. Now, there are some that may say that, we have more than 400 ballots, right? But the fact of the matter is, if we can adequately support our election staff by giving them the resources to be able to support this rule, it is something that will absolutely restore confidence back into our election process, because now we're not wondering what's going on. What we found is I was sent emails from election workers who said that they have found test ballots left in the scanner from previous elections and all kinds of stuff. That would be rooted out through this rule. So it's a very simple rule that will solve a big problem. And the problem is ensuring that we have accuracy in our count.
And so that, the rule that's proposed, I just want to understand, because it's the first time I've heard of it. So it is to count the folks that are coming through the door, is that right?
No, so what happens is when you come in and you check in on the poll pad, that there's a total number of voters who have walked inside there and voted in person. This is in a precinct, not the entire county, it's just on a precinct level. Each precinct would do this. Once you get that total, let's say you say 150 people came in.
Sure.
There should be 150 pieces of paper in the scanner. Because once you vote, that that ballot comes out, you put it in the scanner, now that scanner holds those pieces of paper. We're literally matching the number of people who walked in to the number of pieces of paper in the scanner.
And that's not being done today?
It's not in every county,
okay.
no.
All right, so, but nothing there precludes, I know that count, that would be something that we would do at the, because again, I want to make sure people aren't stopping the count for any reason.
No.
We want to continue to count. That's not what you want to do.
Stop the count,
you want to
no.
continue to count and get to the very bottom of it.
Correct.
As quickly as possible.
Yes.
And accurately.
And the rule was proposed to have to take place during early voting. I didn't support that because to be honest, I just didn't want a bunch of people going through and looking at results during early voting. So this rule is specifically for election day only. And it was on the precinct level, and it was literally just a small additional task that that they would do right before they finish up everything else they have to do. There's no stopping of counting. It's none of that. This is after the close of the polls on election day.
But you don't want that to happen for early voting, is that?
I mean, I had my concerns. However, if we could do it, I think it would also further help, right? I mean, if at the end of early voting on that day, you did the same type of reconciliation. But there are, there's some concerns around that because, these individuals, even though they're just flipping through counting, you can see how a person voted, not who voted, but how. And, I wouldn't want someone in a precinct to call up their friend and say, hey, in my precinct, it looks like such and such is getting more votes, and all that. So I just want to make sure that's not there. But, I mean, it should happen. I mean, we should reconcile. It's reconciling the votes.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Draper.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. King. So were you here when Member Gazal was testifying?
Absolutely.
Okay. She mentioned a case that was put in front of the SEB where a campaign gave out gas cards and money cards. It was branded with the campaign's logo. I believe it was the Herschel Walker campaign.
Yes.
And was that a case that came up before you in your tenure on the state election board?
No, that was before me, and I've told Member Gazal over and over again that I disagreed with those actions.
I would love to know more about why you disagree.
Well, the same reason why I disagree with Lyft. Anytime you are incentivizing a portion of the voters to go and vote, regardless of whether you're Republican or Democrat, that's a problem. And so with Lyft, whenever you have a situation where you have certain people getting notifications that they can get discounted rides to the polls, but other people are not, then that's a problem. And I was told that this was offered to everybody, but I have a Lyft account, and I never was offered that.
When you say certain people, do you know how Lyft identified certain people and what people those were?
Well, I don't, and it doesn't matter. The fact is, it wasn't everyone.
So in your view, if the Herschel Walker campaign had given money cards to everyone in Georgia, then there wouldn't have been a violation?
No. No, if everyone is given gas cards to go to the poll, every voter in the state of Georgia, then how is that creating any type of imbalance?
So if the Herschel Walker campaign had branded material giving everybody in Georgia money to go to the polls, you don't see a problem with that?
I thought I just said that I did.
I was just
Because it was
confirming because
apportioned.
it's an outrageous.
I don't know. I guess I'm a little confused. I know. I
It's an
thought I
outrageous
just
thing to
said
say.
that. Yeah, I just said that I did have an issue with it primarily because of the fact that I felt like it was only given to a portion of voters and not all voters.
And I'm asking you if everyone received a gas card from the Herschel Walker campaign. Based on your logic, there would not be an issue there.
No. What would be the imbalance? Where would the imbalance be?
Well, because there's probably a Senate candidate from the other party that isn't, or other candidates that don't
They
have.
could do the
people-
same thing.
Okay, all right. So it's your position that as long as everybody in Georgia gets some kind of benefit, there's no issue.
Absolutely. If we're going to give a benefit, everybody should get one.
Okay. Okay. That's interesting. That's not what I expected you to say, and that is wild.
I know. I'm pretty sure that's why you asked.
That's great. Okay. Miss King, I saw a video circulating on social media, and you were accompanying your husband. I think it was a Walker County GOP meeting.
Yes.
And your husband was invited as a candidate for Secretary
Yes.
of State. And you gave up and gave remarks introducing to your husband. You introduced yourself as a member of the State Election Board, spoke about your work on the State Election Board, spoke about the work of the State Election Board as it intersected with Secretary of State's office and the election function, made criticizing remarks about people currently in the Secretary of State's office, staff at the Secretary of State's office, importantly, potential political opposition of your husband at the Secretary of State's office.
Okay.
Madam, I view that very clearly as a conflict of interest. That is the definition of a conflict of interest, and at the very least, it presents an issue where the optics are such that Georgians carry close to you is now a candidate for office, and not just any candidate for office, one that is running for a position to administer elections in the state. That is a conflict of interest.
That's your conflict of interest.
No, that
You
is a
ha-
conflict
you-
of interest.
well,
But here's my
Ms.
question to you. I have heard you say that if he wins the primary, then you would step down from the SCB. Is that your position
No,
still?
I said if he becomes Secretary of State, then we will have to have a discussion. However, not to, throw anybody under the bus, but your current chairman is also a candidate for Secretary of State who's leading this committee.
Well,
so is
I've
that
been
not an issue of
extraordinarily
optics?
impressed by our current chairman. He has not said one word about his candidacy.
It doesn't matter. He's
it
announced.
absolutely does matter because right now he's here in his
And I'm
capacity
so sorry.
as a
I'm so
state
sorry, Representative
representative.
Fleming. This is not
right now
against
he's in his
him, but-
capacity as a state representative. He has not used that position in one moment to amplify his election campaign for Secretary of State. So I think that
Again,
is
I have not
totally
done
separate
that.
apart from what I'm asking you.
I have not
because
done
what
that.
I am trying to focus on, ma'am, I'll ask the questions, thank you. What I'm trying to focus on right now is your conflict of interest vis-a-vis your husband and your position on the state election board. And what I will say is that if citizens of Georgia have an optics problem and a trust problem because they do not know whether you are acting in your capacity as a state election board member or a wife of a candidate for Secretary of State, that presents a trust issue. And I have heard so many times in this room among people who lack trust in our elections that trust is the most important thing. So whether or
May I
not you
speak?
think you have a conflict of interest, and I guess I understand your position on that, there is an optics and a trust issue that presents a problem.
Let me be clear. Let me be very clear. Oh, yes. Get it out. Let me be very
All right, no outburst.
Let me be very clear. Let
We'll
me be
keep
very
order.
clear. First of all, it becomes a conflict if there were decisions that I was making that will directly benefit my spouse. There is no decision that I make as a state member of the board, of the state election board, that directly benefits any candidate. I made it very clear that I believe in balance. However, I am still a wife. And so being able to support my husband is something that I have the right to do. Talking about the issues that I experience when it comes to the Secretary of State's office has nothing to do with me trying to amplify anything. It has everything to do with the errors and the mistakes and the issues that's happening in that office. So I don't know where you're trying to go or what you're trying to get at it. I mean, I'm sure it benefits, the Democrat Party that you represent to create this narrative. However, the fact of the matter is, as much as I have not, until now, I haven't said a word, neither has my husband, about Representative Fleming chairing this board, moving throughout the state on taxpayers' dollars while being a candidate. You have nothing to say about those optics, but me as the spouse of a candidate somehow creates an optics issue.
I think it's very interesting that you have to deflect from my question pointing at somebody else.
You spoke already. I
think it's very interesting.
Can I speak? Okay. So that being said, you having that issue, that is your perspective. You can have it. You can have it all day long. But I have spoken with attorneys. I have looked at the state code, and there is nothing wrong with what I'm doing. And I assure you that there is no decision, no vote, no rule that's coming before me that will directly impact my husband as a candidate and my husband only. And God forbid something like that happen, I will be happy to recuse myself from that conversation, because I am not one who wants to use any type of political maneuvers to make things happen. I believe that we can do our jobs and we can do it correctly without playing the political game. I'm not that person. But you can make me out to be that person in your head. That's totally fine.
So if an opponent of your husband were to bring a case to the state election board, would there be a conflict of interest at that point?
I will recuse myself. If the people say that they think that there's a conflict, I will recuse myself. I will simply sit back, not participate, and not speak.
And the public is supposed to trust that you're not going to try and influence anything behind the scenes.
Well, as I stated here, I just presented that I am against influencing things behind the scenes, because that's what's been going on. And there's nothing, what will I do behind the scenes? It's my vote that would matter. And since I won't be giving my vote, then there's no conflict. There's no issue.
There is an appearance of impropriety, certainly.
In your head.
No, ma'am. There is an appearance of impropriety among many people.
Okay.
This has been an issue that has been elevated. It's a very obvious conflict of interest. I mean, you can say it all day long, but it's a very obvious conflict of interest. And to those folks who say that the most important thing in our elections is trust, if we're going to stand by that principle, I would hope that you would have the integrity to step down now so that we could trust the work of the state election board.
As I
Thank
stated
you very
before,
much.
I will recuse.
Thank you, Ms. Draper. Chairman Anderson.
Okay, thank you, Ms. King, for being here today.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Kind of get us back on track a little bit. Let's go back to the two rules you've been talking about.
Yes.
Okay, the reasonable inquiry rule and the hand count rule. These rules are not in place. Okay, can you walk us through what the situation and status is with that and how we got there?
I mean, the status is that the legislators will have to either put it in place, or they can come back before the board, but the Georgia Supreme Court ruled that we can't implement them.
Okay, yeah, and to just kind of clarify that, this was these two rules, along with the other 5 rules that were considered, were part of the Eternal Vigilance versus State of Georgia case that the Supreme Court ruled on recently. These two were 2 of the 4 rules that the Supreme Court said the State Elections Board, and I'm just asking for confirmation if I'm stating this properly, and I also have a gentleman here next to me that'll smack me on the shoulder if I misstate. The Supreme Court said that the State Elections Board had overstepped their ability in rulemaking, and further on went on to clarify and reverse the DOT versus Atlanta ruling from years ago, and put certain restrictions around non-elected board making, boards, authorities, that sort of thing, related to that. How do you feel about that? Basically, what the Supreme Court said, I believe, and you can tell me if you agree with this or not, is that these 2 rules, as well as 2 others, were not the role of the State Elections Board. They were the role of the legislature. So what are your thoughts related to that?
So it depends on how you look at it, right? So if you want to say that this is creating additional laws that will be now now placed on top of our election officials, our election workers, then you can look at it from that angle. I looked at it from the angle of creating uniformity. When you talk to county election offices who allow their election board members to see the election data prior to certifying, and then you have other counties who don't, part of our purpose is to create uniformity. So we were creating a streamlined uniformity across the board. Even when it comes to the hand count rule, matter of fact, I was on a primarily Democrat radio show, and I had someone call in who said, wait, are you saying that counties don't count their ballots to ensure that it matches the number of people that walk in? And I said, yeah, there are some counties that don't do that. And this person was from a larger county, and she said, well, we do that. And so once again, we have a situation where you have certain election boards that do it and some that don't. I'm all about doing what we're supposed to do, which is create uniformity. If a rule comes before us that's already being implemented, then we don't have to go through this long, drawn-out legislative process to make it a law. Why don't we just make it a rule and make it a uniform rule across the board, so now we have uniformity?
Okay. However, the Supreme Court disagreed with part of your premise
that's why
there.
it's not
Their premise
implemented.
was that these two rules in particular were actually contrary to current statute. So in order for them to be enacted, they would have to be enacted by the legislature. And I know that there are pending bills and concepts that are before the legislature now, some in my committee now at this point, that are considering these. So,
Yes.
so
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Last question I have, Mr. Chairman, if I may. As we've talked to others, you've given us some suggestions, some ideas, and related specifically to the backlog
Yeah.
of cases that are before the committee or the board now. And I do know and understand from the previous testimony that this is being worked through in a diligent manner, and that I agree with you. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
So are there additional recommendations or suggestions that you can think of that would help streamline or speed up and possibly even prevent a significant backlog in the future?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, meeting monthly is something that we can do versus every other month, as our chairman has suggested, to help speed it up. But I think we are doing the best we can. I mean, we're listening to 50 and 60 cases during our all day long board meetings, and we're willing to sit there. I know Dr. Jan and I are willing to stay until 7 o'clock if need be to knock these things out. But, again, our chairman wants to end at 5, and that's what we do. But I think we're on track. When we get rules, particularly when it comes from the people, it's a hard balance, right? Do you listen to these rules, which have restrictions and time limits and all the other stuff on it, and give it the adequate amount of time? Or do we, push them to the side and look at the backlog, right? So it's kind of like you have two totally important things that we have to do at the exact same time. So right now, we don't have a lot of rules coming before us, so we're focusing solely on the investigations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King.
Thank you.
Next up, we are going to have Mr. James Mills, who is the new Executive Director of the State Elections Board. Mr. Mills, come on up. Glad you could be with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Vice Chairman as well, and members of the committee. I guess I need to turn on, don't I? Okay. All right. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity, and the work that is before you is tremendous, no doubt. This room is full of people from all races, all ages. We all come from all backgrounds, different economic stratas, different educational stratas. But there's one place that we're all the same. That's when we step in that voting booth. You should have the same right that everybody else has. We're not any different It's part of what makes America what America's all about. It's part of what makes Georgia great. That when we step in that voting booth, we're all equal. And not to belabor the point, but I can't make that statement without thinking it's, as a kid, grew up hearing it, that the ground's level at the foot of the cross. We're all equal, and we're all on the equal ground when we step in that. I don't care if you're Republican, I don't care if you're Democrat, I don't care if you're nonpartisan. When you step in that voting booth, we're all equal. And I want to say to this task force today, as a citizen, and this is purely as a citizen, the further we get away from that voting booth, the more the risk of fraud will increase. I'm not saying that you can't eliminate it beyond that. I'm just stating a reality that somehow in these arguments and debates, we've lost the simple truth of stepping into a booth and voting. I know there are other circumstances, but I would encourage you as a citizen, please remember, the further we get away from that voting booth, whatever method you want to throw in there, you increase the possibility of more fraud. Now, as executive director, I've been on the job 2.5 months. I started June the 2nd. I think it was stated earlier June 1. It was actually June the 2nd. But June the 2nd, I started as executive director, and I have a background. I'm sorry, but all of us in this room, we all have a background. But when I stepped into this job, my job is to look at two things, and that is the Constitution and the election laws of the state of Georgia. It's should not be a party. It should not be partisan. It should be strictly with those parameters in mind and try to run the agency. Well, I don't want this to sound, well, I'll just say it. I've sat where you've sat. For almost 19 years, I served as a state representative. I was chairman of the Banks and Banking Committee. I was secretary of the Rules Committee. I was on appropriations. I was on Ways and Means. I was appointed by the governor to the Pardon and Parole Board, where I later became the vice chair, and then I was elected the chair. So I only say that to bring some credibility and some credence that while I don't understand everything, and I would never pretend to because things change, but I've been where you sit before, and this task force is going to come out with a report that is going to have a big impact on everybody in this room, and that's why everyone is here. And as executive director, only after being on the job for almost 3 months, 2.5 months, what I'm about to say to you, my words are measured, and I do not take them lightly. And I do not mean them as pointed as they may sound, but they are true. After almost 30 years of being in and out of the state, I've never served under a more dysfunctional, dishonest chairman than Chairman John Verveer. Now, please don't. I don't want that claps, and that should not be clapped. That should grieve our hearts, and it grieves mine to have to say that. And I only say that to this committee because you deserve to know. You deserve to know. I'm 62 years old. I don't have to have this job. I'm fine without it. But you know what? I feel committed and a call to do it because I've been called upon and asked to do it, and I'm going to do it to the best of my ability. I'm not up here to play politics. I'm not up here to play games. I want to tell you the truth. And that's the truth, and it grieves me to say that. I take no joy in that. But it's the truth. Go back and just watch our last meeting on YouTube. When a motion was made to pass a measure by the board, the motion passed, and I asked for clarification about the motion. And I said, now, Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure that When this passes, if I contact the Secretary of State's office, that you're not going to be working behind the scenes. And he said, are you accusing me? I said, no, I'm not accusing. I'm just giving it as an example. No, and here's what he said. Go back and look at it. He said, I'll take it under consideration. I asked the question again, and he said, I'll take it under consideration. Representative Fleming, if this task force passes a measure, and they said, are you going to follow through on it? And you said, I'll take it under consideration. That's dysfunctional. And frankly, it's dishonest. Your committee is instructing you to do something, and for you to say you'll take it under consideration, and this is not a personality clash. I am working with Chairman Favere, and I will continue to work with him because I want the state of Georgia to move forward. But you've asked me to speak, and you need to know this. And again, I take no joy in saying it. It grieves me. And if I did take joy in saying it, then every one of you ought to rebuke me because that's not right. The Constitution and the election laws is what we need to focus on. For 4 months, and this has not been brought up here today, but I want you to realize, for 4 months, the State Election Board was without an executive director. Now, no matter how you feel about the State Election Board members, I want to say thank you to each one of them as a citizen. They are volunteers. They get paid a per diem when they meet every day. They're volunteers. And they put a lot of time in something that's just a volunteer job, and it's a tough job. My decision might be different if I knew 2.5 months ago everything I know today. But I'm committed to us moving forward. I love this state. I've given, half of my life to this state, and I love it. And I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, nonpartisan. I still come from the old school that I'll fight for your right to express your opinion. And we may not agree, but at the end of the day, we'll take a vote, and whoever wins will shake hands and move forward. And that's the way it should work. But when you're on a committee and the vote's taken, and I'll take it under consideration, not once, but double down, I'll take it under consideration. You don't get to take it under consideration. Your committee has voted, a majority has passed the measure, and if you believe in the process, and if you believe and respect your members, you do it. And there lies much of your problem, in my opinion. Now, I've not made any friends by saying what I'm saying. And again, I apologize for saying this, but you need to know it. You're the Blue Ribbon Study Committee on Election. How do you make the election process better? You got to have a committee that functions. And it's a dysfunctional chairman right now, in my opinion. It's just my opinion. Things that we need to do. I had handed out to you the current Georgia law. If you look at that, that does just cite what's currently in the law in regards to how we are connected to SOS but yet separate. We are, to put it in layman's terms, we're administratively attached to the Secretary of State's office, but we are separate as an agency. And we're not the only ones like that. Frankly, there's several agencies like that underneath Secretary of State's office. And if they would be honest with you, and I've not surveyed them, I dare say that you would find out they share many of the same struggles that I share as executive director as well. You're attached, but you're separate. That's challenging in the least. Now, Florida did it differently. The state of Florida took their comparable elections board and totally separated it. And they also had, to speak to Member Ghazal's points earlier, I'm pretty sure Florida has some qualifications for the people that serve on their board. And, to put a volunteer in a position of adjudicating cases that may be breaking the law, that's a really, you can set somebody up for failure. And I'm not saying that that's happened here at all. I'm just saying that we should think about a process that trains our people that are on the board to make these very critical decisions that they're called upon to make. And I just wanted you to have that current law. If you would flip to this handout that should have been passed out to you, it says Investigative Tools Comparison. Now, Chairman Favere has talked about how that there's a memorandum of understanding in works and underway. It's in works and underway because I've been pushing it since I came on the board. Because of what is on this piece of paper. Chairman Favere has assigned 5 cases to our 2 investigators. You know what happened in those 5 cases? All 5 of them had to be given over to the SOS investigators. You say, why would you do that? Because they don't have the tools to investigate. They don't have access to Jarvis. They don't have access to GCIC. They don't have all the things I've listed there for you, the TLO, the Firefly, the business and licensing records in the state of Georgia, the National Crime Lab Center, the other law enforcement databases. So on the one side of SOS, you got all the tools to investigate. On SCB, and you got lots of investigators, and SCB, you've got 2 investigators, and they don't have any tools to investigate except personal knowledge. Now, why have we not already worked out an agreement between SOS and between SCB? They were brought on back in March. And I'm not faulting the SCB members for this. They're my bosses. But I was taught and raised to believe that everything rises and falls on leadership. Well, the leader's John Favere. Why has there not been a push to get SOS and SCB to agree on, hey, the investigators should have equal tools? We're doing the same thing. Why shouldn't they have access to Jarvis, the voting roll? Why shouldn't they have access to GCIC? And you may say, well, now, GCIC is a law enforcement tool, and they've got to have supervision, and your investigators may not have their certification. They're in a different agency. Okay, then let's figure out a way to work around it. Because SOS has a chief investigator who can supervise somebody under them, so you create a task force of some kind on elections that brings our investigators, while they're on GCIC, that's the criminal information software that not just any eyes are supposed to see. And I get that. But they could supervise our people, and we could start very quickly investigating cases. So it ought to beg the question, if my chairman, John Favere, was up here talking about we need this, we need it because I started pushing it. Go back and look at the first meeting that I gave my report. I said, I brought this up, that our investigators didn't have the tools to investigate. I've been sending emails last week and this week to our chairman about proposed drafted MOUs. And now he tells me today in the back of the room, and I'm glad he did, he said, hey, I'm in agreement with everything you said. I said, okay, then let's move forward. Let's set up a meeting with SOS and let's see what we can come to an agreement on. And I'm not here to fight against the Secretary of State. We ought to be about the same task, and that is keeping the sacredness of voting sacred and no fraud around. So this is very important. I would ask this committee to consider either legislatively, there's a number of ways you could do it. I think the most simple way to do it is with no legislation, and that is maybe somebody just instructs SEB and SOS, give us a MOU deadline by a certain, now we can do that on our own, and I promise you, you look at the things I do and I've done, I'm not somebody who sits around and twiddle their fingers. And when I come to a brick wall, I say, okay, it's too high, and let's see if we can figure out a way to get over it. We can't figure out a way to get over it, let's figure out a way to get around it. If we can't get around it, let's see if we need to dig under it. But I ain't going to let this wall stop me, because voting is too important. And y'all funded two investigators in the SCB department. And so when I come before you, and I guess I will at some point, I don't know, and you're asking me the budget question, you're saying, how many cases have your investigators investigated? You know what I'm going to say? I'm going to say I brought this up at the task force, and SOS is here, and I want to work with them, and I hope they want to work with me. And we ought to be able to say at that point, we've worked out a memorandum of understanding, and our investigators can work together. And I believe we can do that, because I'm not here to cause problems. I'm here to try to solve them. And we've got some. We always will. But let's solve them. That's huge. I think that the easiest way, again, is to let the chief investigator under SOS supervise our investigators only when they're under that GCIC program. The other things they could do themselves. I mean, Secretary of State could let us have access to Jarvis today, but it just hasn't happened. I don't know why, but I hope it will, and I believe it will. And I say that in good faith. I don't say that adversarial at all. Sometimes it just takes 4 months without an executive director hurts. So, all right, not to make Oakwood famous, but Oakwood situation was troubling at best. And there were faults at every level, starting with the judge who made the last minute change on the redistricting that took place, which I think SOS actually recommended that, hey, can you wait on this? This is going to put us in a tight with the election. We want to make sure that all these are correct. That didn't happen, and then the ballots got mailed out to make sure that point was made clear, and I think it was, but I want to drive it home. About 300 people voted in that election that lived outside the city limits of Oakwood. 22 of those people that lived within the city limits of Oakwood did not get a city councilman vote. The city council person won the election with a spread of roughly 80-something votes. I don't remember. So you really don't know who won, because so many people voted in error. Now, the total vote count that voted in that, it was probably close to 600 or a little more than 500. But I'm just saying, you don't really know who won that election. So after an election takes place, what happens next? It's got to be certified. And this is why I bring this whole thing up. Forced certification of an election that everybody knows is wrong. And I'm not up here to blame. Like I said, there were errors at every step in that process. But forcing an election board to certify an election that everybody knows is wrong, we got to fix that. And I don't know the answer to that, but I'm throwing it in your lap and saying that, I know there's an answer, but forcing people to certify elections, they all knew it was wrong. Even the elections director of Hall County told the board, don't certify it. Not once. Twice is what she testified to us. So forced certifications are something that need to be, I don't know, maybe you could put a caveat of when you know it's wrong or something in there, an exception clause. I don't know the answer to it. Sorry, throw that in your lap. I was watching in the May hearing of the state election board, and this is troublesome to me as a citizen of the state of Georgia. A case came before the board, and the county began to talk about a disabling the counter feature. In my ears, I said, what? A disabling a feature on the counter of the Dominion counter. And somehow there were 3 people in a race or 2 people, and somebody dropped out. And I don't know the process, but apparently you have to call the Secretary of State and you talk to somebody, and they're able to temporarily, I'm sure there's checks and points, but it's something that this committee should pursue and find out about that. Because if there is a disabling feature on the counter, my question is, I don't need to know the reason that's there. My question is, why is it there at all? Why does it even exist? Now, if there's a valid reason, then that should be shared with us, and we can all learn from it, and myself first, but it's troublesome that exists. Proposed legislation. I handed you the last point here on your handout. I handed you legislation to consider. It looks like this. Legislation to consider. And right now, and by the way, that's kind of interesting for you as a committee. I thought it would be for you to have. This is under the enforcement code of the SEB. And if you read that, it's pretty amazing. You can fine people up to $5,000 per occurrence on a violation. Now, they have to follow certain procedures in order for that to take place. But if you come on down the page, you'll see the red where it says "and court cost." That's what I'm suggesting that you consider adding. Right now, when the Attorney General takes a violation before DOAS or administrative court proceedings, they can only recoup costs from the investigators, and it says that there. They can to assess investigative cost, so they can get costs from the violator that our investigators had to spend investigating the violation, but they can't recoup the court cost. And you know what happens? Sometimes you pick up a $200 fine, but it costs you $1,200 to pay the court cost. Well, I'm not the sharpest drawer in the kitchen, but you know, that just makes no sense. It makes no sense. And so I would ask you to consider that. There may be things I've not thought about, and it might not work, but I did briefly, I don't want to say anybody's supporting this, but I did briefly have discussions with our attorney from the AG's office, and we both were in agreement at least. But again, she didn't give me anything in writing. I don't want to put them out there or speak on her behalf. This is simply something from me. So in closing, I want to go back to a couple of things that have been said that I think need to be clarified. When they say 315 cases are ready to be, they're ready, they're not really ready. I mean, investigations are ongoing. If you've done any true investigation work, you can't file away an investigation and say that's ready. Right before it's brought, you got to make sure everything's current. You got to make sure nothing's changed. So yeah, there are 300 and something cases that are backlogged, but if I called them up today and I said, hey, the board wants to hear 315 cases next meeting, they'd say, we can't do that because technically they're ready, but they're not ready. And I just want you to hear that side of it. They're ready to be finally prepared. Now, at this point, so you know the process, what happens before an SEB meeting, I've learned, is that a pre-meeting takes place. And that's where somebody from the board, in the past it has been the chairman, and they meet with the SOS investigators and they start going over the proposed cases that are going to be brought up. And they look at them and this is a violation. Yeah, we need to ask the board to consider this. It's a good process. What's not a good process is I was included in that first meeting. I just came on the job. I mean, I could barely find out where to plug my laptop in the office, but I was asked to come to that pre-meeting. I listened, I watched. I think Vice Chairman Johnson was there as well. And the SOS lead investigator was there. Our investigators were there. They wanted to learn from the process as well. We have a meeting coming up the end of September. The chairman did a pre-meeting alone with the SOS investigators, did not contact me, did not contact the vice chair, did not contact anybody on the board, did not contact our 2 investigators. Now I ask you, is that functional or dysfunctional? And I don't care. I don't have an axe to grind here. I'm just telling you that's what I'm dealing with. And it can change. If the chairman wants to change, I welcome the change. But if he's not willing to change, that's a big part of this problem. Rulemaking, that was before my time, and I don't really want to get into that with you, but y'all had some great questions about, well, what about emergency and last-minute rulemakings, you know, and not making them too close to the election rules? That all sounds good to us, but who gets to determine if it's an emergency or not? No, I'm not making a statement. I'm just saying that if you come up with a rule saying you can't make rule changes in the SCB regarding voting by, you know, within 6 months of an election, unless it's an emergency. My question is who gets to decide if it's an emergency? Because what's an emergency to me may not be an emergency to you. So it's just something to consider. All right. The complaints come in lots of ways. They're supposed to come in through SOS, and they come in. SOS then passes them on. Frankly, for now, it comes to my email, and then I pass it on to our investigators. Our investigators look at it, brief. Our 2 investigators just read through it and say, "Do we think there's a violation here?" I mean, it might be a complaint about something that's, well, like the chairman referred to earlier, that's just really out there, and it doesn't even deserve looking at because it's not a violation or an infraction. But I'll say to you this: if you make the decision to start sending all the complaints to the SEB, we don't have the manpower to handle it. We don't have investigators that have the tools to investigate. And if you start sending more for our investigators to investigate, we're going to need more than 2 investigators because that's all we've got right now. And what I don't want to happen is for the SEB to be set up for failure and say, okay, all the complaints are coming to y'all and you take care of all the... Well, we have a full-time investigator and a part-time investigator. That's what we have. So there's no way that could be done at this point. And I just say that so you'll know going forward. And I've spoke way too long, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for this time. I hope our comments have been somewhat productive.
No, thank you, Mr. Mills. We appreciate you being here today, and we appreciate your honesty and your comments that you shared with us. So thank you very much. This committee appreciates that, and it's what we need to hear. All right. Representative Monahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for the former representative for being here this afternoon as we close into the evening here. You came in with credibility. If you had said former senator, I would not feel that way. I'd have a lot more questions. But since you're a former rep, we'll try to keep it short today. So I have an issue, right? We're tasked with the procedures. Right, and so I've been asking procedures of many people of all different viewpoints and backgrounds today of why they're doing the things they're doing and why they think they should do the things they're doing and what changes we should have, and I think that's been a productive conversation. So I want to draw your eyes to something, and that is I want to ask you in a couple different ways, and I'm not too sure which way I like it better, so I'm going to ask it both ways. 21-2-572 says any person who votes in more than one precinct in the same primary election or otherwise fraudulently votes more than once at the same primary election shall be guilty of a felony, and upon conviction thereof shall be sentenced to imprisonment for not less than 1 or more than 10 years to pay a fine not to exceed $100,000. So my question is, why are we reporting these kinds of things to the SCB anyway? Why aren't, this seems like it'd be a very simple, it's a felony charge. You have investigators in district attorney's offices all across the state who are competent. You have, some legal expertise. Why are these things not just immediately pushed back down to be prosecuted by our prosecutors? As you know, Representative Gullett has recently passed the prosecutorial oversight to make sure that prosecutors are doing their jobs all across the state. It's a good piece of legislation that I think most folks here supported. So I would just say, what would be your hesitation, if you have any? I don't know. If you do, you don't. Just to either move past the SCB investigatory side of it, put that on these prosecutors who need to be prosecuting, and or directly to the Attorney General's office for prosecution. It seems like they would have ample resources to handle this, or could be scaled up without duplicating government services.
I want to be real careful here and try to stay in my lane. I got some thoughts, but I don't know that I need to speak them. I'm the executive director, and I don't want to bleed over into like I'm a board member. But from a personal point of view, I mean, I think those could be prosecuted now if you had the evidence, and a local person, DA, is gonna want to do that. I'm sure if they've got the evidence, but they've got to have evidence, and that's what this process, I think, is about, is garnering the evidence. Now, I believe I don't want to misstate it, but I think Florida has their own election court. I know there's some states out there, I'm not sure which state it is, has their own election court where they handle just election issues. And from a personal point of view, I think that's something to think about. If you're really going to do this thing right, and down the road, do you want somebody that's dealing with elections in their spare time, or you want an expert who's heard all the different things that could be heard and can kind of make a good decision for you?
I fear, Mr. Chairman, that, if we don't have the folks who are experts, we're talking about volunteers here who are doing great work, by the way, trying to understand all these legal practices, and I'm not sure that this is starting to bleed into a real legal situation for these folks who have taken some bad steps, right? These are bad actors who are voting twice or having some other criminal legal issues that they shouldn't just be prosecuted by law enforcement, and starting from the bottom going up.
I want to, if I can impose for a second, just share with you. Now, and I do not mean that the 5 board members are my bosses, so I don't want to make them mad at me. But after going through my first hearing and hearing a county come in there and say before the board, the violation is read, and the county attorney stands up and says something like this: "We're okay with a letter of reprimand. We'd like to have a letter of reprimand." I just kind of scratched my head and thought, what are we doing here, writing a letter on an 8x10 piece of paper and saying, yeah, we're going to reprimand you, slap you on the wrist, and you read the letter of reprimand, it basically says, don't do it again. If you do, we're going to prosecute you. And I'm just wondering, where's the teeth in that? And I don't mean to be critical or anything like that to my board members. I think in that code I gave you, where it says to pay a civil penalty not to exceed $5,000, I promise you, if they had to go back to their county commissioners and say, wow, we really messed up, and the SEB just fined us $10,000, we had 2 violations, you know what those county commissioners say? You better get your act together, we're going to fire you. And you know what happened with the SEB board? They'd be hearing less cases. And not only that, this whole situation with Oakwood, and I mean, I have lots of friends in Oakwood. I live close to Oakwood. But that ought to be a learning tool, because it wasn't just any one person's fault. It was a whole row of errors together that happened. And the only reason I bring it up is I don't want it to happen at another election. We got some that are about to start coming. And SOS and SEB, we have to make sure that, we've done the proper due diligence so that it doesn't happen again. I mean, so that situation, the councilman passed away. His wife ran for that spot. And his wife was the one that was declared the winner, but an 88-vote margin, when you got 300 people that shouldn't have voted, you don't know who won. And so why wouldn't you have the election right now? Because that seat is up for election in November anyway. So even if even if a judge said you got to have a re-election, I don't think you could have it much sooner than November anyway.
Representative Mills, I'm going to ask you just the plain question, that is, if a complaint is received by SEB that somebody's fraudulently voted and a local district attorney's office in any town, Georgia, has the investigatory powers, they have a district attorney, they have a judge and superior court judge paid for by the state of Georgia, they've got district attorneys paid for, why wouldn't you just refer that down instead of even worrying about the Secretary of State? Are you bound by statute to send it anywhere? I mean, couldn't you just send that back down to the local district attorney right then and there for prosecution?
I don't want to speak out of turn on that. My understanding of what I read is that could be done. But right now, I think the board sends them to the Attorney General's office, and that could be done right now. I would imagine, this is just my thinking, it's not always good, but I would imagine, you're sending it down to a local DA. He's got somebody who took a picture in a booth, and then he's got a murder case over here, and he's got a break and enter case over here, and he's got home invasion. Which one's going to get the most attention?
My opinion is that I'm for law and order. I think it very clearly says that they can be prosecuted under state law today. It seems like y'all have the latitude to send those cases today to a local jurisdiction, competent jurisdiction. I'm just wondering why that's not happening today, and if you're bound to it. I know the executive director, and I understand maybe it's
a board question, and I think they can do that, but I also think that we'd have to make sure through the Attorney General's office that can legitimately be done. I think it can, what I read, but I'm a layman, I'm not a lawyer.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just finish, and I'll say just make this last statement, that is, the reason I say this is, I think that Georgia as a state and its citizens desire to have that level of law and order, of that simplicity, that if you do a crime, you commit a crime in this state, that you are then referred to a jurisdiction, a competent jurisdiction, where you're located. And I just wonder why we're going through so many different layers of bureaucracy when a crime has been committed and can be enforced in a local jurisdiction. Now, do you have the option if you have a prosecutor who maybe doesn't? Certainly, maybe that's an option. But I think we do have a lot of competent DAs in this state. We have a lot of competent superior court judges in this state that could handle these, and I would give you a recommendation to make sure that we're upholding law and order in the state as you're going through your process. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Chairman Leverett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Mills, for being here today. We appreciate your testimony. I wanted to make sure I kind of understood. You had sort of gone through a list of things you thought that I understood to be legislative recommendations, or recommendations to us for legislation. So I just want to make sure I kind of understand some of them. As to the one you presented in the chart here about court costs, customarily, I think that term refers only to filing fees. It sounded like maybe you were talking about more than that you want the board to be able to recover.
Yes, sir. You're exactly right. I would think that, and that's why I gave the caveat. if what you say is correct, then you are dead on target. I would think that to recoup the court cost fees and that be paid by the violator, why should that be taken from a state agency?
Well, but I understood the numbers you were throwing around sounded like a lot more than court costs. It sounded maybe you were talking about attorney's fees or costs of counsel or other costs that the board has to incur.
Those were numbers that were shared with me.
Okay.
I didn't make them up, so.
So are you just asking for the ability to recover? When you say court costs, are you referring to cases? Does the board ever institute some kind of enforcement action in a superior court against somebody?
I don't know the answer to that question, but what I do know is this, you know, in most of those cases that we're talking about there, most of those are done by our Attorney General. And again, this goes back to and we don't pay the Attorney General.
Right.
You know, but again, the backlog of cases, let's say we got 100 and something cases that are backlogged in AG's office. That's not exactly the true picture. Nobody means to mislead, I know when they say that, but let me give you the true picture. Every one of those cases, they got to find the violator. And it may have happened a year ago, 6 months ago. They got to find them, they got to meet with them, and they got to work out a consent agreement. If you'll just agree to a $150 fine, this whole thing can be over with and done. Well, that has to happen right before you bring the cases. And I don't think the AG's office has 150 agreed upon cases, you know, that they could bring before the board right now. If they did, then I think the board would say, bring it on.
Well, and I'm not asking the question well. I'm trying just to understand by this recommendation, what sort of things are you wanting the board to be able to recover as it enforces laws?
If the board is being charged for that court cost in any way, whatever costs are involved, to bring that violator to justice, then the board should be recouped.
So are you talking only about filing fees if the board initiates some kind of enforcement action in superior court?
Well, it could be any fees that I'm not even aware of.
Okay.
Whatever costs are involved with taking them to court, the agency should not be asked to pay for it if the violator committed the violation.
Okay. All right. And I mean, I'm interested in that idea. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what
I can put you in touch.
The real world experience
right.
is.
I think the AG's office, and I don't want to put them on the spot, but I bet you they would have a lot better answer than me.
And I like that idea. I'll follow with them on that. When you were talking about force certification, are you suggesting we create some kind of exception for, and you know, we'd have to develop a standard, but you're talking about for a case where you clearly think there is a substantial likelihood that some irregularity would call not. It isn't just a limited irregularity that might affect a few votes, but given the difference between the winner and the loser, it would call the results into question.
Yeah, I think that's the one that is the most glaring. There may be something that I haven't thought about, but you know, it just seems wrong when everybody in the room knows it's a bad election, whatever the circumstances may be, but you still got to sign. I think an exception that would, if it can be created, it may not can be created, you know.
Well, I think, and I confess, I don't exactly know the law here, but my understanding has always been that nobody can void an election except a court, a superior court. Like this election superintendent
can't
really void his own election, say, well,
I think
botched that one, better try that again next month. They would, somebody, and I guess the superintendent probably has authority to do it, could petition a superior court to declare it invalid and then set another election to replace it. But I don't think our local election officials on their own have that authority currently.
I think you're right.
And that's kind of what I think we'd be giving them by doing that, at least in limited circumstances. So it's an interesting concept. So
you got to bring closure to the election, and
yes.
this is the controversy here.
Yes.
You can't have an election unclosed hanging out there.
Well,
I get that.
It would seem to me if they don't certify, there needs to be, then that triggers something else to happen. you know, and that you know, I don't want to. I've drugged this out a lot with my granular questions today. I don't want to do it any worse. And then the administrative purposes only language in the section where you are still subject to, administratively you're assigned to Secretary of State. The Secretary of State has no jurisdiction or authority over you, although we heard testimony that at times they may have not completely become aware of that. But I'm assuming you're suggesting perhaps you should be assigned to differently for administrative purposes.
That's a board decision. It's not mine. But if you're asking me as executive director how you think this agency could function better, I would say yes, it needs to function by itself, sort of like Florida does theirs. And to give you an example, let's say we bring on a new board member and another one rolls off. In order for me to get that change, their name and their email put on the website, here's the current system. The chairman and he alone calls SOS, and I think it's their attorney, and then their attorney looks over to approves it, then they contact SOS IT guy. Once everybody's okayed on it, then you can get it done. Now, here's the problem, and I don't want to belabor this point, but if you have a dysfunctional chairman who's not talking to the committee and working with them, you can't even get simple changes like that made, or it may take you several weeks. And to me, that's dysfunctional. I mean, I understand the importance. We're on SOS's website, and I'm sure as their attorney, they don't want to just let anything get posted on there. I understand that. But to have only one member from a 5-member board, if the board instructs him to do it, then he needs to do that. He doesn't need to say, I'll take it under consideration.
One final question, Mr. Chairman. And I think when we created, my recollection is your position was created some years ago, and that's statutorily it sets out your duties. And so do you feel that there might be a need to expand the duties or the authority of the executive director, since traditionally I think the chairman kind of functioned as a director?
Well, I think what you're seeing is, I think you're seeing the board begin to go down the same road that you're thinking. Because the last meeting that we had, they made a couple of motions that took away some of the authority from the chairman and gave it to me, the executive director. I think they've reached an impasse. You know, the whole deal about the so-called illegal meeting or whatever is all before my time, but if you were functioning as a committee, that sort of stuff doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. The law says any 2 members of the SEB can call for a meeting, and that's in the election code. And they have tried to call meetings multiple times. Well, I know two times at least since I've been in this position, and the chairman interprets it as saying that, well, you can ask me to have the meeting, but I get to call the day.
I think I said that was my last question. I just thought of one thing was you're speaking. The issue about having access to investigative tools for the state election board investigators. I gather that's something you are working with the Secretary of State's office to have some agreement about either sharing that access or being able to obtain that access independently on your own without having to seek the permission of the Secretary of State in each individual case.
We can't get the GCIC on our own. We have to have a supervising law enforcement officer to oversee. And let me just say this, I don't want access to it.
Right, that's pretty sensitive stuff. Yeah.
I don't want access to any of that stuff, frankly. That's not the lane I'm in right now. And I've even said I think our board members are willing to sign if we need to, saying, hey, this is for investigators' eyes only.
But my question really is more that I think you ought to have those access to those tools directly at will. You know, you shouldn't have to go through somebody else to get them.
We don't.
With the exception, of course, of GCIC, which is set up where you have to have either the sponsoring or supervising law enforcement agency. But you could do that on your own without the Secretary of State necessarily.
No.
I'm assuming.
You can't, we don't have access to the voter rolls or Jarvis.
Well, I'm not talking about voting rolls with Jarvis with that statement. I was talking only about GCIC. You
Oh,
can
yeah.
do that directly on your own, I would assume. You just have to have some other law enforcement agency sponsor you.
We'd have to have some law enforcement agency sponsor us, or we'd have to go through, one of our investigators would have to go through some extensive training to
Training
get
to be the-
recertified, and that would be probably about a 6 to maybe 8 month process.
With respect to the other tools you have mentioned, I mean, I guess I'm curious. It would seem to me you could obtain that access on your own, or do you need legislation to do that?
No, I think, when I was in office, I always, less legislation is best, you know? Don't pass a law unless you have to.
I agree, but what I'm asking is, do you need it? If it's something you think you would need, that's something I'd like to consider doing.
I do think that it's needed, and there's probably a lot of ways to get at it, but, you know, if you gave some sort of criminal justice authority to specifically the investigators in the SEB, then boom, there you go. You know, they wouldn't have arresting powers, but just the criminal research, investigative.
You said they were former police. Do they maintain post certification?
They're not certified now,
Okay.
but they can be
Yes,
if they have to be.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate those
Thank you.
issues.
Representative Draper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Mills, hello. We haven't had the pleasure of meeting.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So welcome to your new position. Worlds of elections. So what was your experience in elections and voting before you were hired in this position?
18 and a half years in the legislature, voting as an individual citizen. I am not an expert in election law, nor do I claim to be, but I'm an average to less average quick study, and I've been doing a lot of reading and studying. But you are dead on target if I'm just not holding myself out to be something I'm not.
Well, no, I was wondering because you've given some interesting opinions on, legal matters relating to elections. So I just wanted to have that background. There was a conversation during your testimony. You spoke about the emergency rules and who would decide on the emergency rules. I think I just want to clarify that if there were to be a pause in the regular rulemaking process that would have no impact on the emergency rulemaking process, those are separate processes. And they're both, there's separate statutes that oversee the rulemaking process and the emergency rulemaking process. So just wanted to make clear that those are separate laws, and to the extent there was a pause put on regular rulemaking, that would have no impact on the SCB's ability to pass emergency rules should those threshold conditions be met. So just wanted to clarify there.
Thank you. I actually agree. I don't know if I miscommunicated, but I
Okay.
agree with all that you just said. My main focus was who defines emergency.
Sure, and that's written out in statute. There are certain conditions that would constitute an emergency where emergency rules could be passed, and of course, with any law, there's issues of interpretation, which is why some issues get sent to the courts for further
right.
interpretation. But
That
the
was my
importance of
point.
clear legislating, right? Okay, so I did want to ask you about this legislation to consider, because I appreciate where you're coming from. Where you have someone who has committed a violation and it's proven by law that they've committed a violation, you want them to incur not only the investigatory costs, but the court costs and perhaps maybe the attorney's fees as well. Do I have you correct?
Well, I've not been able to get valid proof on this, but my initial thought was this: if the SEB is being billed for some of these court cases, and before I can find out what's in my budget, you know what I have to do?
What do you have to do?
I have to go to the SOS budget analyst and ask for a printout, and I'm subject to what's ever printed out. And I don't think that they're withholding information from me. I'm only illustrating that it's a process. you know, if
But
it
that's
was.
not the point of this proposal, right? I mean, this proposal is saying, to an extent, somebody violates an election law, and the SCB has to take that issue to court, is sued by this individual. You want those court costs to be covered so that the taxpayer is not covering that. Do I understand you?
Exactly.
So what is your, and I understand that, because the taxpayers, you know, to the extent we can limit their exposure and their responsibilities when other people are violating the laws, I appreciate that line of thinking. What do you think of a situation where a board is being given legal advice by its counsel not to pursue something because it will be sued, and they ignore their own counsel's advice and they do it anyways? When that board gets sued, who should be responsible for that payment? Should it be the taxpayers?
Well, what you're asking me is, of course, what you think has happened and what I think has happened. We may agree or we may not, but that's way out of my lane as executive director to get into.
Well, you're proposing this to us, right? Because you're ostensibly trying to protect
Yeah,
the
but
taxpayers.
it doesn't say anything about what you just brought up. It talks about, so you're deflecting my suggestion to get the court costs back onto another topic, and I'm saying, no, that's not where I'm going with this.
Well, I'm pointing out that there's a continued principle, right? There's a through line. So what would you recommend if the SCB rejects the advice of counsel and is then sued? Who should cover those costs?
Well,
I'd love your thoughts on that.
Again, I have to repeat myself, but that is not what I'm talking about here.
That's the question I'm asking you.
And well, okay. Well, the question I would ask you is, if you're talking about staying in the line of thought, the question I would ask you is, why would you only bring up one of my boss's position of a husband running for an office, but you don't have problem?
Sir, okay,
with,
let me redirect you to my question.
Can I finish?
Let me redirect.
Can
no,
I finish?
No, let me redirect you to my question,
You're not
because
gonna let
I'm
me
asking
finish?
the questions, and
Okay.
then we can get to your
So we
concern.
have another
Let me
member
ask you-
who's the Democrat caucus attorney in the past, who has been in state offices, and you know what? I don't have a problem with that.
So what I'm hearing is you don't want to answer my question about whether SEB members, if they reject counsel's advice and get sued, who should be paying for that lawsuit? Should it be the taxpayers?
I think the AG is sworn to represent agencies and people who serve on these boards, and that's their job. They have to defend.
But the AG, in the recent case, gave the SCB, when it came to the 11th hour rules last year, told the SCB that they would not defend them in any litigation that came from them pursuing that lawmaking. And they laid out all the legal reasons why. I mean, the advice of counsel is for that purpose, to protect the board, and furthermore, to protect the taxpayers, right? Because what we don't want to do is invite costly, frivolous litigation. And so I think you've answered my question sufficiently, or not answered my question sufficiently, but you know, I'm
looking through the windshield, not the rearview mirror. I
do agree with the principle that we should be protecting our taxpayers when it comes to pursuing these matters. You know, I felt during your presentation, frankly, some of the presentations today, I felt like I was at home managing fights between my kids. There has been so much finger pointing and blaming and naming, and frankly, just behavior that falls far beneath, I think, the respectability of this process and this committee. And when we talk about dysfunction, it's not just the dysfunction of the board, but it's embarrassing, frankly. There are so many agencies and committees across Georgia that don't touch this level of dysfunction. I have followed the SEB for many years across many different members, and it has never, ever reached this level of dysfunction. I think when you specifically call out individuals by name, call them names in front of a room like this, I mean, there's certainly a place for speaking truth and letting us know as a committee about the issues and challenges that you are facing. But I think we've gone well beyond that line. If I were in my professional settings, if I were to go to my boss and tell them some of the things that you have said to me about your boss, and said to them all these things about the dysfunction, the details of the dysfunction, I think you're kind of telling on yourself, right? I mean, at what point are you a part of the problem?
Ma'am.
At what point are you a part of the problem? So I would just challenge the entire membership of the state election board to do better, because ultimately, if y'all can't figure this out as adults, it is the people of Georgia who are suffering, and the people of Georgia deserve better. So I'll just leave it with that.
All right. Thank you, Representative Draper. Mr. Mills, thank you very much for your time and your presentation. I'm sorry we've got to move on. We're already going to be over our time frame, and we've got 2 more speakers that we really want to hear from, and I hope they will be able to get their comments out briefly. But Mr. Dave Worley will be coming to speak, and he is a former member of the State Elections Board, and his presentation will be on the Democratic perspective on the State Election Board. And he covered some of this at our last meeting last month. So, Mr. Worley, thank you for being here. And members, we do have his written testimony in our notes up here.
Chair Fleming, Vice Chair Anderson, members of the committee, I'm not sure. Can you hear me now? Thank you. Members of the committee, I'm not sure how I can follow the last 2 presenters, but I appreciate the opportunity of you inviting me for my perspective and that of the Democratic Party on the role of the State Election Board. As you know from the last meeting, for 17 years, I was a member of the State Election Board from 2004 to 2021 as the Democratic Party's representative. I served with 4 secretaries of state. Most of the time, I was the only Democrat on the board, and so I served with a lot of very fine Republican members of the board, people like An Lee, Rebecca Sullivan, Kent Webb, Seth Harp, and others, who saw their role as public servants, not as servants of any particular party. Despite our partisan identification, most of our decisions, I would say 90% of our decisions, on rules and cases were unanimous. The SEB is tasked with 2 things, and during my tenure on the State Election Board, we carried out those 2 main functions granted to us by Georgia law. First, we ensured uniformity in the administration of Georgia election law by ruling on complaints of election irregularities or violations. All members of the board endeavored to apply the election code and its penalties consistently so that election officials and electors would understand the requirements of the law and be mindful of the consequences of any violations. To do so, we constantly strived to make sure that we applied the same penalties to the same conduct. We were assisted in this role by investigators in the Secretary of State's office who would examine the facts of each complaint before presenting them to the board. And over time, we pushed the Secretary of State to process cases more speedily to eliminate case backlogs. Second, when gaps in the election code came to our attention, that is, when a situation arose that was not clearly covered by the existing code, we would issue a rule that would attempt to fill that situation. This was always done in cooperation with the Secretary of State and local election officials. For example, when the state decided to implement a new type of voting machine, the Secretary of State formed a rules task force comprised of 2 members of the board, including me, employees of the Secretary of State's office, and very experienced county election administrators to propose rules for the new system to be promulgated by the board. All of our efforts were designed to establish clear rules which would be easily understood by election officials and the voting public, but which would only fill a gap in the election code created by the General Assembly, which never envisioned the SEB as a quasi-legislative or policy-making body. These two functions, processing cases and promulgating rules, were, as I indicated, done in an overwhelmingly nonpartisan way, despite the partisan appointment process for board members. And all of this work was carried out by the board at no additional cost to taxpayers. During the entire period I served on the board from 2004 to 2021, the SEB had no budget and no staff, no executive director. Neither I nor any members of the board in that entire period even applied for a per diem reimbursement. We relied on the Secretary of State for all the administrative support of the board. As a consequence, it amazes me to learn that the current annual budget of the SEB is projected to be $1.2 million for an executive director, what are now 1.5 investigators, and a paralegal. Funding a new power center in an election administration is not working, to judge from recent behavior by the board's new executive director, who seems to have arrogated to himself the role of the board chair, with a backlog of cases continuing to grow. And unfortunately, the most recent appointees to the board have acted in anything but a nonpartisan way, instead engaging in overtly partisan efforts that have undermined public confidence in the work of the board, and one has even attacked the current Secretary of State while their spouse runs for the office. Much as it might pain me as a former member of the board, I think the best solution for this current crisis is to abolish the state election board. Both the functions that the board was designed to fill, processing complaints uniformly and promulgating uniform rules, can be carried out effectively by the Office of Secretary of State, with its existing core of investigators and relationships with local election officials. If the board is not to be abolished, then the Secretary of State should be reinstalled as chair, with the other members appointed by the Senate majority, Senate minority, House majority, and House minority. A more balanced membership would promote a more bipartisan board. Under such a new structure, it is critical that the Office of Secretary of State be integrated into the operation of the State Election Board, as it always was. The Office of the Secretary of State is ideally positioned to provide the administrative and logistical support needed by the SEB, regardless of the particular person who occupies the position of Secretary. The office already provides the investigative support and has the professional staff who interact with local election officials on a daily basis, allowing the SEB to better perform its role. And the involvement of the Secretary of State will end the need for additional millions in taxpayer money to support 3.5 board staff members. Thank you again for the opportunity to talk to you today, and I'd be happy to answer any question.
Thank you, Mr. Worley. We appreciate that. Members of the committee, do you have any questions for Mr. Worley? I don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Worley. Appreciate your time. Appreciate your testimony that you gave to us as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your service. All right, next up, we will have Mr. Brad Carver, Chair of the Georgia Republican Party 6th District, representing the Republican perspective when it comes to the State Elections Board. Mr. Carver, I think this is our third meeting, and this is your third presentation, so as always, let's try to keep it brief, because we're over our time, but it's your time for your floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will keep it brief, and I'll move through quickly. So we can advance to the next slide. Or do I have the ability to do that here?
There's a clicker somewhere.
Oh, here we go. So I'm just going to, I'm not going to comment on these in particular, but because I'm going to focus on the election board specific things. We've had a lot of discussions around rulemaking. I will just point out to everybody that in the version of House Bill 397 that came over to the House, we did work out a compromise as far as rulemaking. 60 days prior, any new rule would go into effect after the current rule. It did keep the emergency rulemaking authority. There's been a lot of discussion around this today. That's a good compromise position that was worked out with Gavrio, we're in full support of that. In particular, the codification of the rules, this has been discussed. 4 of those were ruled unconstitutional. We're certainly not going to relitigate the internal vigilance case in here today. Therefore, the ball is in y'all's court. We recommend codification. Back to what you heard today from Ms. King's testimony, uniformity is important. The fact is we have hand count verification, reconciliations going on among a number of counties. It's good practice. The Dominion CEO has even testified that it is a best course of action because that's how you have the most accurate results. We saw it play out in 2020. If hand count reconciliation had been in place, those several thousand vote errors would not have taken place, and we would have had more accurate results on the time. So we do urge the codification of that rule to work together with Gavrio to find the solution that works. But the counties, including a large urban county, is able to accomplish the hand count verification, and that's a good procedure. There are 2 of the rules. Those were RNC priority rules that were kicked back on standing grounds. Eternal Vigilance has now withdrawn their complaint, and so I think we need to see that play out. But it may be that you just have to codify 4 of the 7 rules at that point. So let's move forward here. Again, I want to emphasize, just like we have, the reason we have rulemaking authority in the SEB is for making sure we have uniform application across the state. It is the province of the legislature to put in place laws, and we respect that, and we think that is exactly why codification makes the most sense, and we urge you to look at doing so, and certainly that was attempted in House Bill 397. For the SEB in particular, we do strongly support more independence for the state election board for all the reasons we have heard today and seen and witnessed. It is extremely important. In the version of House Bill 397 that was out there, we suggested moving it to the Department of Accounting. That is where the Ethics Commission resides, and that way we don't have to have the issues that we have heard today happen. I also think that an MOU and certainly the investigators in the Secretary of State's office, I think there's a lot of room for cooperation, and I don't think that needs to change. But I will point out that in order to move this backlog and to make sure that we are not having to have cases heard years after the fact, allowing them to have more investigators and giving appropriate appropriations to do so is strongly advised. We also strongly advise that the SEB should have independent legal counsel. That is abundantly clear after the litigation we've seen over the last couple of years. We think that will be extremely important, and I think that the appropriations process could facilitate that and make the functioning a lot better. Finally, as we proposed in House Bill 397, we do strongly encourage the appellate authority in the state election board. This was, when this legislation moved through the process back in the spring, I did outline a lot of the reasons for that. This goes back to uniform application of the law. You have county election boards that are not following the law. They're continuing to not follow the law. And the way that we can ensure uniform application is to have the SEB enforce that if you give them the appropriate authority. And that is why having a legal counsel and having the staffing would be very important to accomplishing that mission. Now, why? Let me show you the numbers. Fulton County drives these numbers in a lot of the ways. But here's the numbers. This is from the EAC. This is percent of voters of the voting age population in the state of Georgia. If you look at the numbers, in 2016, 76%. 2024, it's 104%. That is not good. Fulton County right now is at 115.6%. In the 2020 election, as I testified to when Senate Bill 202, at that time House Bill 531 and Senate Bill 241 were making their way through the legislature, 79% of every man, woman, and child in Fulton County was registered to vote. That is mathematically impossible. And the problem we have and continue to have is when valid election challenges are made, where people have moved out of the state, they have registered to vote in other states, they have voted in other states, they're still not removing these people from the voting rolls. Now let's be clear about this. We want every legal vote to count. We want a fair election system. You heard this all day today. Every legal vote should count, and we should have one person, one vote. When you allow irregularities to happen, it devalues legal votes in the state. There is a reason why this issue is extremely important. Now, what drives this? Well, it's the fact that we're an opt-out motor voter state. We have a lot of unnecessary registrations that happen due to that process, and Georgia is among the worst offenders in the entire country for this. And Fulton County itself is one of the worst counties in the entire United States based on the EAC data. So we strongly encourage you to do that. The SEB could take an active role in making sure that this happens so that we have counties to bring the numbers down. Here is Georgia, 7,940,000 people. Registered voters, 7,973,000. So above 100%. Habersham County, where we're sitting here right now, is at 82%. The national average is 74%. Fulton County, national average, 74%. Fulton County, I just said, the current number in 2025, 115.6%. This is wrong. This is wrong. This devalues legal votes. So, opt-out motor vote. The other problem is our election officials are getting intimidated for doing routine list maintenance to clean this up. So that's why this is important. Let me say this. I know we're out of time here, but we do have, there's two more things that are very important. We've heard a lot about the composition of the state election board today. We have certainly discussed at the last Blue Ribbon Study Committee the composition of county election boards. We think for fairness, transparency, oversight of the elections, that it is very important to have oversight from both parties, both major parties in this state into the elections. The overwhelming majority of counties in this state are red counties. A small number of counties across the state are blue counties. We need voters in blue voters in red counties and red voters in blue counties need to have confidence in the elections. We urge and we think the responsible way to handle this is to compose county election boards with equal representation from the two major parties, and we alternate who the chair is. We think that would solve a lot of the issues that we have in the state, and we could start from the most populous county all the way to the least populous. We do know now that we have taken probate judges out of the rolls in a lot of these smaller counties, and we have election boards. Those are composed, and a lot of times, with 3-member boards. Same concept. Instead of 5 members, it'd be 3 members, 1 from each party, and we can alternate with 3-year terms, okay, so that no party in this state, roughly half the population of the state, would be in a county that has Democrat majorities on the election board. Roughly half the population of the state would have Republican majorities on the election board, and it would be staggered from the most populous all the way to the least populous. We see this issue. I am from Fulton County. We have been trying and attempting to get our members onto the Fulton County Election Board for a long time. They keep getting denied the opportunity, and that is not good for anyone. That does not engender trust in our elections when you've got a whole lot of people in that county who don't have faith and confidence in what happens in the county. And I think the same can be said if you're in a county that's predominantly Republican. The Democratic voters in that county need to have the same trust. At the end of the day, we want an election system that is fair, open, transparent, and we want all voters in the state to have confidence in our election process. Finally, the Georgia Republican Party, we know that we have a deadline of July 1st, 2026 to eliminate the QR code. We have proposed a test program going into this statewide election to use hand-marked paper ballots in counties that are willing to do it. And we think we need to be moving towards a system next year where we can use optical scanners but use hand-marked paper ballots. The state of Florida is doing this. Every state around Georgia is doing this, except South Carolina. And 70% of Americans are already using hand-marked paper ballots. With audits and by using this process and using the technology we have in place, we feel like you can get this done for next year's election, and we think we have an opportunity right now to move us in that direction in the ongoing election. I will stop right here. I know we've had a lot of speakers today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carver. I appreciate your presentation and appreciate your time today. Chairman Anderson.
Mr. Carver, thank you. Quick question and just a follow-up comment, if I may. Your numbers on the for Georgia as far as registered voters versus citizens of voting.
Yes.
Is this pre or post the current voter roll purge or changes that are in the process now through the Secretary of State's office?
Well, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I don't know the answer to that.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, and the reason I asked that question, that's roughly a 400,000
yes,
difference,
and I understand
which is similar in number to. I'm not saying that every registered age or every person of eligible age would register to vote, but just bringing up that point that.
Correct.
You know,
and what is eye-popping is just the fact that it's so out of alignment with the entire rest of the country from a statewide number. And again, I know that the discussions about going post-ERIC are very important questions because all the states except South Carolina have exited. ERIC doesn't have the usefulness it had in the past. ERIC does work for this benefit now, and we need to have a system in place going forward that will replace it. But ERIC is obviously not the answer alone because of where we are sitting right now with the numbers.
I agree with you, and that is actually the subject of one of our future study committee meetings, so thank you. Last comment I wanted to make is I also very much appreciate you pointing out the efficiency and the activity in Habersham County with us having more, slightly above the U.S. average of registered voters. And although I had threatened to bring her up to speak, I would like to recognize our Habersham County Election Supervisor, Laurel Ellison. If you'll wave to the crowd, Laurel. Elections are run very well here, and we appreciate her work. And before I turn the microphone back over, Mr. Chairman, if I may, other elections officials that are in the audience, if you will please stand, because you guys earn your money. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Any other questions from the committee? Yes. Oh, Representative Draper.
Thank you. A bit short, Mr. Carver, because I'm tired. But you know,
It's been a long day. Thank you.
It has been a long day. But to your slide specifically with the number of registrations, you know, there's a very obvious explanation for these numbers. Number one is that we have very high registration rates in Georgia, which is wonderful. So we're already starting at very high with the number of people that we've been able to register and give access to the ballot. But number two, there's something called inactive registrations and active registrations. People who are in the inactive phase of the registration process are in the process of being removed from the rolls, right? And these numbers reflect both inactive voters in Fulton County and active voters in Fulton County. I think it's very important to note that just because there's 104% registered voters, again, both inactive and active voters in Fulton County or whatever it is, that does not mean that 104% of the registered voting population is voting in elections, right? If it was, I'm sure you would have brought that statistic. That would have been a red flag of something going wrong. This in of itself is completely explained by the inactive/active voter process. And I want to get away from the fear mongering and when we're presenting data to accurately explain what it represents.
Well, I appreciate the question. I will say that it is absolutely a red flag that we're that out of alignment with the rest of the country. I'll also tell you that we need to be taking the inactive voter rolls and flagging those voters if they have indeed moved out of the state. Because what is happening currently now is if they're not even flagged and there is an absentee ballot that has been sent by a third-party group to them, they can be moved back to the active status even though they're not living in Georgia. For that to happen. So
let's compare apples to apples. You say we're out of sync with the rest of the country, but a place like Fulton is going to have a lot more transient voters, people moving in and out, than a place like Habersham, right? So if we're going to compare Fulton and Atlanta, we need to compare it to a place that A, has high voter registration rates like Georgia does, and we're very proud of that, and B, has a high population, transient population, same kind of characteristics. So I think it's very unfair to say that we're out of sync with the rest of the country. These are easily explainable statistics that do not trigger fraud or any other kind of thing that's going wrong.
Well, and I think Forsyth County and Cherokee County are also two counties that have certainly very large growing transient populations, lots of people moving in, and you can compare Cherokee County and Forsyth County to Fulton County, and you'll see that Fulton County's numbers are very high.
I'd be interested to dig into that. And then I want to say one thing about what you said about Eric, and I understand we're going to have a whole session on that, so we'll say more. And I don't think you meant to say this, but you said that there was nobody left in Eric except South Carolina. There's 25 states that are part of Eric.
Of the states surrounding Georgia, the only state, which is where most of the people that move out of Georgia move to one of the states around Georgia, particularly the states that have no income tax. And among those states, the only one that still is in Eric is South Carolina.
New York is the latest state to enter into Eric. It's been a while since a state has left Eric, several years, but New York has entered. Well, say what you want, joke about New York, but the fact is there's a lot of people moving from New York to Georgia and a lot of people moving from Georgia to New York. So the fact that we have that data and we can cross-reference those roles makes our data better. So I'll just leave it at that and we can have this conversation.
Thank you.
I will commend that Eric has been a useful tool. It is not as useful, not nearly as useful as it used to be based on the folks that have exited, and we need to look at a better system than we have.
Thank you, Mr. Carver.
Find me a better system, we can talk about it.
We appreciate it. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Carver. We appreciate you again. I'm sure we'll see you again at other meetings as well. I want to thank all of our members today for being here and participating. Also want to thank the State Elections Board, the Executive Director, the members from the parties for coming up and presenting to us. It's definitely a lot to process after this meeting. I think this committee, we could probably meet another 2 or 3 days, if not longer than that, on the State Elections Board. I think I know this committee's going to have a lot to discuss. We've got a lot to take back to our chamber and our leadership on possible solutions here. And I do apologize. We have run out of time. We are 23 minutes over our time spot, so we are not going to be able to get to a public comment today. But you can submit written comments to the committee by sending it to Molly, who's up here. Her email address is on the website for the committee. Our next meeting will be Thursday, September 18th at 10 a.m. At Savannah Technical College in Savannah. So I hope everybody can join us there, or at least watch by live stream. We will post that next week. Yeah, thank you. Also, all presentation from today's meeting will be posted on the committee's website, just as the past two meetings has. And the website is legis.ga.gov/house. You can also just Google Georgia House of Representatives and go to the committees page, and you'll see the special study committees there. But thank you all again today for attending. We want to thank everybody who watched joined us in live stream, and we'll see y'all next time. The meeting is adjourned.